So hello everyone, and welcome to the Activity Levels in Forensic Science webinar. The webinar is brought to you by the Institute for Public Health and Forensic Science, which is formerly known as ESR. I'm Nick Curnow, and I'm a senior scientist with the Forensic Biology Group here at PHF Science. I'm also part of the team looking to implement activity level reporting in our lab. And I'm going to be the moderator of this event. I just wanted to apologise. There were some issues relating to attendees not receiving confirmation emails after registering for the event. And hopefully this has all been rectified when I sent out a calendar invite yesterday. So everyone hopefully should have been able to join the event. So we have reached our maximum capacity of 1,000 registered attendees, which in my opinion, I think is a great turnout, given this is the first time we have done a webinar like this. And it also really highlights the interest in this topic at the moment worldwide. I think it's really encouraging that there's people not only from forensic biology or forensic DNA groups or DNA analysts who have shown interest in this and registered for this event, but also people from law enforcement, other forensic disciplines, and the legal system. The majority of attendees are from the United States, but we also have people logging on from various parts of Europe, South America, and a few countries in Australasia. And this map doesn't show all of the attendees who have registered for this event. Welcome, everyone. So we are excited to welcome a lineup of highly knowledgeable and experienced speakers today, each bringing valuable insights to share with you. We have speakers joining us from the US, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. But before we get started, I just want to go through some housekeeping for the event. So each of the speakers will be presenting for approximately 20 minutes, and then there will be approximately a 10-minute question and answer session. We ask that all questions be raised through the Q&A chat icon, and that is highlighted in red on your screen now. Can you please not post questions in the general chat, as we will not be monitoring that. So I will be moderating the questions that come through. So I will try to get to all the questions that I can, but if I do miss one, I apologize. And if we can't get through all the questions in the Q&A time, the presenter does have the opportunity to answer a comment in the Q&A chat with a written answer to your questions. And if you are posing a question towards the end of the Q&A session, can you just indicate which presenter you are posing a question to, just so we don't get overlap between the presenters. And finally, we haven't scheduled any break times for this webinar event, but if we do not fill the question and answer time fully, or we don't have all questions, if we don't fill that time, we will take a short break between presenters just to make sure that we keep on schedule and everything runs on time. So on that note, I think we can proceed to the first presenter. So our first presenter today is Dr. John Buckleton, and John is a principal scientist at the New Zealand Institute for Public Health and Forensic Science, and he has been involved in activity level reporting and research since 1991. And today John will be talking to us about responding to questions regarding activity level propositions at court.
Thanks,
Feel
Nick.
free to take control, John.
Thank you. An ancient Chinese curse goes, "May you live in interesting times." And it's actually neither ancient nor Chinese, but it is a curse. And the reason it's a curse is because interesting times are often full of conflict and uncertainty. And that's the situation in which we find ourselves with respect to activity level evaluation. Historically, it's been given by DNA analysts using judgment and knowledge of the literature. There has been a new focus on standard for this, arising out of the NIST Human Factors Report, the report of the Texas Forensic Science Commission, and an active social media campaign. One proposed standard is drawn at formal ALE, which I'm going to explain later very, very briefly. Tech reviewed and reported in advance of the case. This standard would suggest that nothing else is acceptable. Since no US labs actually do this, this would mean no comment, no government comment on ALE, even in cross-examination or rebuttal. This has arisen out of concerns regarding government witnesses testifying based on partially recalled data, experience, or expectation. Such things are very hard to cross-examine and ensure the legitimate rights of the defendant. ALE testimony is also introduced by the defence, and we have experience of having single lines from papers quoted in court and asked to be verified whether this is indeed the line from the paper. This can leave a very imbalanced impression, and examples that we've seen are the DNA does not tell you how it gets there, or your DNA can be somewhere you have never been. Now, I have very intense time pressure, and I'm trying to just give an overview of the situation. So this is an unnecessarily brief skip over the subject, but activity level refers to the activity that, or by which the DNA or any other trace evidence was deposited.
Sorry, John. Can I just interrupt there? Have you taken control of the presentation?
Yes.
Thanks.
What's not happening, Nick?
It's okay. It's scrolling through on your end. I just want to make sure.
Well, certainly on my screen.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
I hope you're all seeing a hierarchy of propositions. If you're not, there's deep trouble happening. Right, we have a problem then. And for a man with time difficulties, the problem was not great. How are we doing now? You've turned me off, Nick.
Oh no, I think it looks like you haven't taken control from my end.
Okay, how do I do that,
At
please?
the top where it says take control.
Right.
There we go.
Apologies for my own incompetence. Hurrying through now to the hierarchy of propositions. And very briefly introducing activity level propositions. So activity level refers to the activity that has deposited the DNA. And the propositions might be of the form: the POI had sexual intercourse with the complainant, or the POI had heavy petting with the complainant, and was seeking to provide evidence that supports one or other of these over its counterpart. There are a number of recommendation documents, and this is a non-exhaustive list of them. I've highlighted two, so the ISFG document and the Taylor and Cockshorn book. Taylor and Cockshorn book isn't a recommendations document. It's a very advanced text, and it's absolutely excellent, but it's probably above the standard achievable by normal human beings. The ISFG document is a recommendations document, but I've put at least two others up there. There are actually more than this. And I'm very fond of the UK regulator one. It's written for practitioners and is very much more practical. As a summary, these documents are set up for a full ALE approach, peer-reviewed and delivered in advance. They emphasize rigor, traceability, and transparency. Rigor, I hope, is just self-evident. Traceability is exactly what we all are familiar with under 17025, that every statement in our report is traceable to the data that underpins it. So some note in your case notes or some link to a published paper. Transparency, again, is exactly what it sounds like. Conclusions, assumptions, and the full logic are disclosed in advance to give the defence an opportunity to review it. These documents don't explicitly cover cross-examination or rebuttal, and these are pivotal because this is where it's actually occurring. Now, I promised you I'd very briefly go through a formal ALE, and I just want to quickly get this on the table and then finish it, because it's, as I said, no one that I know of in the US is doing this, although some are planning to do so. I'm using data from a large study done across Europe that highlighted variability between labs, but of particular interest are these observations. So U shakes hands with P, and then P uses the screwdriver. And we see the DNA of P only 26% of the time, P and little u 63, and the P and little u means P's the major and U is the minor. Capital U and little p 3% of the time, U only 4% of the time, oh, not 4, less than 1% of the time, and nothing at all 6.5% of the time. And this might be what you expected. Remember, P has used the screwdriver and U is the previous person who shook hands with him. You might expect P only or P the major, but there are some data pointing in the other direction. So I want to be very brief on this. I'm going to do a super simple Bayes-Nets because I simply want to get this on the table, show what it is, and move on to other ideas. Formal ALE takes about 15 hours to do and 5 hours for review per case. That's an estimate from Duncan Taylor, who's probably one of the most experienced people at this, and probably normal human beings, certainly in their starting phase, would take longer than this. And Duncan emphasizes that's for a simple case. Here's what a formal ALE using Bayes-Nets looks like. So if you look up the top on the left-hand side, you'll see P and U shake hands socially. And if you look at that, I've instantiated the yes, so the yes is bold there. So yes, P and U shook hands. Over here on the right in the black box, you have propositions, and I've instantiated the HP proposition. So yes, the allegation that P used the screwdriver is true. And if you track down to the pink box and the results, you'll see that P and little u is expected to occur 74% of the time. On the right, I've got exactly the same Bayes net, but with HA instantiated. So yes to they shook hands, HA. And if we track down, we see P and little u is only 3% of the time. Now, the LR is made by taking the value under HP and the value under HA. So the LR for P and little u is 0.74 over 0.033. So about 21 in favor of HP. For a different evidence, so I'm now taking capital U and little p, the LR is about 0.33 from the HP side over 0.63 for the HA side, so about 19 in favor of HA. And I just want to very briefly emphasize that the evidence can point either way, so that people who are advocating not doing this need to recognize that they can in many circumstances be depriving both the court and the defendant of legitimate evidence. Again, trying to make up time for my own faults and the fact I was in time pressure anyhow. Here's a very brief overview of who's doing this in the world. And I'll just quickly draw your mind down to the two highlighted topics there. Duncan Taylor, he thinks he's done about 40. In fact, he's going to talk about them later. 40 over the period 2017 to 2024, so single digits a year. The Netherlands Forensic Institute, we think, are doing about 5 a year. So even in these two laboratories, full formal assessment is the overwhelming minority of casework. So that was my brief overview of formal ALE, and I want to try and scene set the situation with respect to other matters. So I'm going to try and make a mind picture using the Great Pyramid. And up the top, we have full ALE done in advance of the case to some standard, peer-reviewed and reported. And I've put it up the top so it represents that tiny little tip of the pyramid. And down the bottom, amongst the detritus of ancient civilizations, we have unsupported opinion from experience or expectation, single lines from papers without context. And I think we would all agree that that is undesirable and possibly even unacceptable. And across the middle I've put, is there some acceptable method here that can be used for cross-examination or rebuttal? And one of the ideas that has been tabled is a lookup table. And here is one, and I want to very briefly take you through it. So we have POI DNA, either present or absent, the U DNA, present or absent, and this is levels of socializing. So socializing can be none, light, or intense. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on what none, light, or intense are. It seems to be a sticking point for many people. But none's obvious, and intense is cohabiting couples who didn't have sex. And if you just quickly look at this, I've highlighted sort of 3 zones. So up the top, we have the green zone. So yes to POI, no to anyone, any unknown DNA, or yes. And no socializing, no known alternative route. You get these reasonably high LRs. And just to point out, those are reasonably high on an ALE scale. And quickly down the bottom, we have no POI, yes to unknown, and we don't care about the socializing, and that supports HA. So no alternative social contact or no alternative route at all. The LR is greater than 100. If there is a social contact route of any intensity, the LR drops down to somewhere at least approximately neutral. In the absence of matching DNA, presence of unknown DNA gives an LR less than 1. And I'm going to suggest that's entirely logical. If you have the absence of matching DNA, presence of U, it should support HA. And if you reverse those, it should support HP. I've been asked what training is needed to be able to answer this. And do you need to understand how to read papers and phrase the LR? Or do you need to be actually able to make a Bayes net or this Bayes net? And my opinion is the top. You know, we've never really been asked to have to recreate the software we're using. For instance, I use Excel. I'm not asked to recreate it. I think that's just an unreasonable requirement. Quickly remind everyone that LRs have to be phrased in a certain format, so please watch out for the transposed conditional. Need to say the evidence is more likely under HP than under HA and put in a number. Another idea that's been practiced is pre-prepared statements from the literature, and here's a sample. We've got about 20 odd of these. Each of these has been checked. They come from papers, they're referenced, and it's been checked that they actually represent the material in the paper. And I'll just do the top two. The absence of biological material where that material was expected under HP almost always supports HA. And here's one maybe a bit more specific. Major profile matching POI is approximately 5 times more likely if POI wore the underpants than touched them. As said, these are taken directly from papers and they've been checked that they represent the data in the paper. And I can assure you that, in my opinion, they do. The idea being that you would have this list available, and if one or more of these were suitable for your case, you would use them. This form of evidence is very easy to criticize. So people criticize these other studies as few data, old multiplex, or one study. And this is the go-to position for most commentators. Most commentators go absolutely directly towards criticism of the approach. That criticism assumes only perfect data are useful. And we're going to really never have perfect data for ALE. So final points. I feel policy needs to be made by informed consensus, not in an environment of fear and noise. It is correct not to answer a question if you're unqualified or unprepared. I'm certainly not suggesting unqualified or unprepared people should answer. It is equally not useful to have sound bites from papers read to you and agree to them in court. But if you are qualified and prepared, I believe you should answer. That's me, Nick.
Great, thanks, John, for that. Yeah, really interesting talk. I just want to acknowledge that I understand a few people are actually having some issues with the not having the Q&A chat available. So if you do have a really pertinent question, can you please just post it in the chat, and then I will address it in the Q&A session. I apologize for this. It could have something to do with your organization's rights to having Q&A chat. But we do have a couple questions which have come through. And first of all, Bika, what is the criteria used to determine that an ALE is appropriate in a particular case?
Thanks, Nick, or thanks, questioner. So if you're using the lookup table approach, I think you can quite quickly see whether you're getting into the neutral area, and I'd suggest that on a bang for buck effort, it's assessment that's now of limited value to you. So I think you can have these criteria quite straightforwardly. If, for instance, it's one of the other ones, so the green line or the red line, then proceeding will indeed produce something of value to the court.
Great, thank you. Someone just wanted to ask how scientists keep their competency to report full ALE if there are only a handful of carried out per year. Would this mean creating mock exercises on a regular basis?
So I'm going to toss that one to Duncan. He's got a presentation that covers all of those aspects and accreditation and other matters. So I ask you to wait. He's last in the list.
Perfect, thanks, John. And there's just one more question which has come through from Bill. Can the slides for the presentation be made available after the talk? I just want to look at the recommended documents.
I think this is being recorded, Nick, so you can just go back through it.
Yep, perfect. Just check the chat now to see if there are any further questions which have come through. No, I don't think at this stage there are any more, John. So we're keeping on schedule here, which is great. So our next presenter of the day is Lynn Garcia. And Lynn is the General Counsel on the Forensic Science Commission in Texas. And in this role, she advises the Commission on laboratory accreditation and forensic licensing, tracks development and legislation ensuring compliance with Texas government laws. She is also a member of the Forensic Science Standards Board at NIST and has served on the expert working group on human factors in forensic DNA interpretation. And today, Lynn is going to be talking to us about potentially implementing ALR in Texas criminal courts and a discussion on whether it can be done or should be done.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, John, for launching us into this conversation. I wanted to start by just acknowledging that, as John mentioned at the beginning of his talk, this is one of the hardest things that forensic scientists and the legal end users of forensic work product are having to face right now. In part because the further you get up the hierarchy of propositions, as John displayed in the graphic, the colorful graphic that we saw, the closer you're getting to the offense level. And I think the more judges and juries, fact finders in general, really have big questions about how or when the DNA may have been deposited on an item of evidence. So I want to just start by talking a little bit about what the role of the Texas Forensic Science Commission is. The commission was originally created by the legislature back in 2005, and it was not funded until 2007. We have 9 commissioners total. 7 of them are scientists and 2 are attorneys. They are all appointed by the governor of Texas. What I want to say about my presentation is that what I'm trying to do is talk about it from the perspective of what the commission has seen, but also in this process, what we realized was however we're going to deal with this going forward, it has to be with the involvement of the labs from our state. And so we have a working group going that meets every 2 weeks that consists of technical leaders or their designees. And every 2 weeks, we have very interesting but intense conversations about how we should proceed. We go over transcripts, we go over articles, the things that John and others have published recently. We talk through them, and it is such a great exercise for us. Super interesting, challenging, and really engaging, I think, for everyone involved. So in talking about these things, I want to talk about them understanding that they're hard, understanding that people have lots of different levels of risk tolerance and exposure to these concepts. So if it were easy, we would have fixed it by now. So we're going to talk about it as in terms of how we're going forward and what we're hoping for. And I am wondering whether or not, are my slides advancing? Are you all seeing them?
It doesn't look like they're advancing.
Okay, I thought I took control. Should I take control again? Do you all see
There we go.
TFS? Okay,
Now it's
great,
working,
super.
Lynn.
Sorry. Okay, lovely. I'm glad that I've got it working. Okay, so just to talk about the commission, and the basics of the work that we do. There aren't a lot of states that have forensic science commissions, um, or commissions with the extent of legislative responsibility that we've been given. So there are 3 main things that we do. We accredit crime labs, and crime labs are private, public, city, state, county. They're in Texas and outside of Texas. If they do Texas casework, they are subject to the commission's jurisdiction. And they're in a variety of different forensic disciplines. Of course, today we're talking about DNA, but I would like to point out that when we talk about activity level propositions and evaluations given activity level propositions, it's not really limited to DNA analysis. These are questions that come up across forensic disciplines. So we have accreditation authority. We work very collaboratively with ANAB and A2LA on that. We license forensic scientists in Texas. That's not a common thing. You know, engineers, lawyers, doctors, lots of folks in various occupations are licensed throughout the United States, but Texas is the only state that licensed their forensic analysts. So that's a program that we've created starting in 2019. And it really does have impact for what it is that we're talking about here, because those analysts who are licensed have certain obligations under our Code of Professional Responsibility. When it comes to our investigative jurisdiction, we are charged with investigating any allegation of professional negligence or misconduct that would substantially affect the integrity of the results of forensic analysis, an examination or test that's conducted that is forensic testing not subject to the accreditation requirements under law, as well as the testimony related to the forensic analysis that comes into Texas courts. So that third one is really where we're often talking about activity level evaluations in Texas, because as John pointed out, we don't have an active activity team like they do in some other places, or like Duncan may talk to us about later in the webinar. We don't have that. So often when we're looking at activity level, it really is at the testimony, the point of testimony. Let's see, did I? Sorry, I'm not sure if it's advancing. I'm
It's not
trying to.
advancing for us, Lynn, at the moment.
Is that
Yep.
okay? Great.
Slide number 3.
Sure. So recently we looked at activity level testimony in a case where we published a report, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about what goes into our reports. We are required to report on the observations of the commission regarding the integrity and reliability of the analysis, examination, or test. We talk about best practices often, and we also are authorized to provide any other recommendations that might be relevant to the issue before us as determined by the commission. So the authority is fairly broad. We also we're charged with this fairly significant amount of authority to establish procedures, policies, standards, and practices to improve the quality of forensic science in the state of Texas. That could be lots of different things. And right now, the efforts that I talked to you about with our TLs really cover transfer, persistence, prevalence, and recovery, how we're going to talk about that in courts. I'm not sure why I cannot get these slides to advance properly. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just having trouble getting this slide to go. Nick, are you able to take control and advance?
Yeah, I can take control. I'll try and give it a go, Lynn.
That'd be great. I'll just tell you next slide.
Great.
I apologize for that. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong.
Has it moved on for you now?
No, it has not.
I think it has for everybody else.
Okay. Let me see if I can fix this really quickly here.
Apologies, everyone, for the technical
I'm
difficulty.
so sorry. Okay. I think what I will do then is we'll just advance slides together, Nick. So the next slide, hopefully you all are seeing the photos of 4 men, all of whom were wrongfully convicted by Texas courts. And what I wanted to talk about, and the reason I present them here, is because historically, forensic scientists in Texas have really contributed in very significant ways to the work of the innocence organizations. Without forensic scientists, particularly DNA analysts, we would not have the 80 DNA exonerations that we have had in the state of Texas. There have been over 500 total exonerations in our state. But one of the reasons we were able to get individuals exonerated is because labs like Dallas County and others preserved a lot of biological evidence over decades. And so that meant that there was stuff left to retest when there was a perception that something went wrong in the original proceeding. There was a way for wrongs to be righted. And that is really important sort of background. I can tell you that for 2 of the individuals pictured here, Richard Miles and Michael Morton, they both have entire statutes named after them, focused on transparency in the criminal justice system. Also, Tim Cole, who's pictured in the lower right-hand corner, he was wrongfully convicted of sexual assault. He's a veteran of the Army and a student at Texas Tech, and he died while in prison of an asthma attack. He has the work that his family has done in Texas to create criminal justice reform is really extraordinary, including to eyewitness ID and a range of other areas, compensation for the wrongfully convicted. Stephen Mark Cheney playing the guitar in the upper right corner. His wrongful conviction and the work that came out of that led to a landmark decision by the Court of Criminal Appeals of Texas on bite mark comparison. So, what I wanted to say about Texas is we do have a lot of exonerations. One of the things that happens with our legislature is that the exonerees are brought into the conversation. They share their stories, they're upfront and personal. There are many forensic scientists in our state who've actually met people who've been wrongfully convicted. So, the point that I'm trying to make is that analysts, whether DNA or in other disciplines in our state, are really sensitive to whatever turn we're going to take, whatever path we're going to go down. We want to make sure that we are doing it in the interest of justice, sort of do no harm first, and that we're really helping the trier of fact understand the evidence better within the context of a case, which is the key concept that I think I want to keep coming back to when we talk about activity level. Next slide. So the Forensic Science Commission has facilitated numerous discipline-wide reviews, DNA mixture interpretation using CPI and CPE, bite mark comparison cases, microscopic hair comparison cases. And when we look at those broadly, there's a common lesson that's come out of it, which is it is very rarely the bench work that is the issue in these cases. Almost always it's the communication of the forensic science findings, the results, conclusions to the trier of fact within an adversarial criminal justice system. Almost always what we see is that people, well-intentioned people who are not setting out to overstate evidence, but you get into these transcripts and see the pressure that folks are under. And what you see is inevitably through poorly worded questioning by lawyers and responses of scientists, the overstatements come out during testimony. So that's one lesson we've learned, and that's why we're perhaps hypersensitive to the idea of these fundamental communication issues when it comes to how or when the DNA may have gotten on an item of evidence. Next slide, Nick. If you think about what's been happening in the United States, I would say that we are in the fortunate position to have successfully integrated probabilistic genotyping software in many labs. So the transition to ProbGen is either complete or well underway in most labs. That's true in Texas. We happen to be a star mix state. Our labs that's the software that they're using, but it could be other types of PG software. The point is that we are outputting likelihood ratios in the context of subsource. If you think back to John's hierarchy of propositions, subsource DNA comparison results are being output as likelihood ratios now in the US. But the question I think that still remains is whether in the United States we've truly embraced a probabilistic framework for reporting in other areas. NIST gathered together a number of experts from around the world. We had people from NFI there, people from UNO, people from the US, people from all over last year to talk about this idea of interpretation of evidence and how the results should be reported. I put these two very foundational papers here to just point out that outside of the US, these concepts have been around for a really long time, that analysts are supposed to be providing results, doing an evaluation, and talking about the probability of the evidence given two mutually exclusive competing hypotheses. That is very different from talking about transfer possibilities in the context of a never-ending set of hypothetical questions, which really describes the lives of the vast majority of DNA analysts who testify in the United States. That is where we're at. And so as John pointed out, though, when you talk about which possibility is more likely, that's a form of transposing the conditional. And that's something that I think we generally, if you read the early works here that I have in these colored boxes, they advise analysts to stay away from that. But I'm not sure yet that we have settled in the US on the notion that this is how we're going to be testifying. So it's still an outstanding question, I think, in many ways in the United States. So what you have right now is a probabilistic genotyping software likelihood ratio output that could be up in the septillions, combined with a range of possibilities about how or when the DNA got there. That's what juries are hearing right now. Next slide, Nick. So the philosophical question, I think, before us still, there are many lawyers and judges who wonder whether evaluations given activity level propositions are a solution in search of a problem. In other words, should we just let the jury sort it out? They hear the likelihood ratio from the subsource output of ProbGen software, StarMix or another software. Should they put that together with all of the other facts that they hear in the case in order to come up with their ultimate decision as to guilt or innocence? That is a debate that I believe, are still having in the United States. There's a bit of a disagreement on what the role of the scientist is. That may not be true in other places, but I think it is still true in the US. Next slide. But what I wanted to point out is that if you think about a case like the Amanda Knox case as an example, we might all agree that sometimes the jury doesn't do a great job of sorting it out. And sometimes there are misunderstandings. This has been well documented in numerous papers that are out there on this subject that talk about the fact that the probative value of the evidence and the significance of that subsource LR comparison may not be well understood by investigators or by the jurors or judges. And so one place where we might see activity level evaluations or evaluations given activity level propositions be beneficial is in the post-conviction setting. So if you have a scenario where after a case has been tried and someone's been convicted, there's a perception that there was a misunderstanding. You have a LR of 7 septillion and people are cohabitating, and really it's a question of activity. I mean, at the end of the day, it's really about activity in some of those cases, not so much about whose DNA is there, but about how it got there and what it says about the activities in the case. So in those scenarios, one could envision an activity level evaluation really shedding light on the perhaps mistaken understandings that were originally present in a case. And the benefit of doing it post-conviction is that you've already elicited the scenarios posed by the state or the prosecution, as well as what the defense alternative explanations might have been. So that information has already come forward. Now, I would say that maybe starting in a post-conviction realm, there are a lot of us that might agree that that would be helpful. It still doesn't help with our hard cases that are being tried right now. So felon and possession of firearm cases, I know how much people love those. By people, I mean DNA analysts that have to do them. Cohabitation cases or known social interaction. Those are some of the things that John talked about, examples of cases where these questions always come up. Next slide. Where we do get nervous, I think, is when, even if you assume that we have sufficient data to be able to do these evaluations, in other words, that there are enough studies out there to rely on for formulating some of these concepts and presenting them to a jury. Let's assume, for sake of our talk right now, that we have sufficiently robust data published out there to use. Where I think we get nervous, certainly as lawyers, but also the DNA analysts, is when there's little time or information provided for the evaluation, or frankly, where the evaluation is being sought to fill gaps or shortcomings or to otherwise rescue a case that might have weaknesses. Maybe you have problems with the witnesses. Maybe the case itself is on a bit of a tunnel vision sort of track. And when I think about those 4 men that I showed you at the beginning of this talk, every single one of those cases involves some level of tunnel vision. So I know our DNA analysts get nervous when they feel like they're being called to say things that perhaps they're not prepared to say in order to come along as a bit of a savior to the case. That is a scenario that is not ideal and can really, I think, lead to problematic overstatements. And then the other thing, John pointed out some areas where you might point out trends in the literature. And I think that's one of the things we're looking at right now as a community in Texas. Are there trends that we could point out that we would feel comfortable with? I think the challenge there is that means somebody still has to stay current with the literature, and we need to have enough education about this work to know whether those trends in the literature apply to what's before us in this case. Do we feel confident enough to make those applications? And that, I think, is certainly challenging absent additional education. Next slide. The other thing that I think is truly challenging is how we explain some of these cases that we have become aware of, where there are rare transfer events. So I'm not going to have enough time to get into the specifics, but I know a lot of you know about Annie Lee, Lucas Anderson. There's a group who have recently published a paper about contamination. It's entitled Deja Vu. We can get those papers to you. They're out there. They're easy to access, but it's about some of the contamination external to the lab. We're not talking about things that any lab could flag, but things that happen between the offense and the DNA getting to the evidence getting to the lab for DNA analysis. And how are we really able to consider those types of events where you have transfer scenarios that, had they not been identified, would have led to grave miscarriages of justice? So those cases always, I think, keep people up at night a little bit, knowing that they exist. We often refer to them as rare events, but do we actually know how rare? I think one of the interesting things about those cases is that you see that everything had to line up just right for us to even know that those cases were out there. Thankfully, no one in these examples was wrongfully convicted, but it does sort of make us aware that there are these transfer events that nobody would have expected. And so how do we account for those? Because the math in the available models can't really be expected to flag those rare transfer scenarios. So a DNA analyst on the stand may be asked questions about those anyway. And in that situation, they will have to know enough about them to be able to speak to them. And then the other thing that we've talked about a little bit, I know this is a particularly hard one because of the way casework in the lab is sort of typically separated from what happens during at the crime scene or at the police station or at the point that a sexual assault kit is collected. There are a lot of things that can happen, factors that may raise concerns about these external to the lab contamination risks. Do we have effective mechanisms in place for flagging those to make people aware that this may be a case where we want to do a deeper dive, a deeper investigation? So that's something else to consider. Next slide. So the majority view from Texas, and I say this to give you sort of an encapsulation of the work that the TLs have been doing, meeting every couple weeks. What they realize is that DNA evidence is very powerful. The fact that we have a hard time right now answering some of these questions and that it's challenging doesn't mean that the DNA evidence is not still very powerful. It absolutely is. And juries listen to DNA scientists. I will say that Blackstone's ratio is also powerful. And if you're not familiar with what that is, it's the maxim that states it's better that 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent suffer, right? So this is a foundational principle in criminal justice. And what we want to do is get it right in all of the cases. But I think in Texas, because of our experience and the number of DNA exonerations we've had and the role that forensic scientists have played in righting past wrongs, they're particularly acutely aware and have some risk aversion around doing anything that might mislead the trier of fact in either direction. And I will acknowledge that not saying anything, not acknowledging that this case is really about activity, it's not about the subsource results, not acknowledging that can be equally misleading as doing the activity level evaluation. So the DNA TLs in Texas acknowledge that they do have experience, allowing them to understand TPPR factors, but that is primarily from the sample selection standpoint. They know what to expect because they've been doing that work for a long time. But we would submit that that's a bit different from understanding the factors and staying current on the literature enough to perform balanced evaluations of the evidence given questions regarding how or when the DNA is deposited. So the key question becomes, what do you need to know in order to be able to do these evaluations in a way that is rigorous and transparent and traceable? Next slide. So stealing a little bit from John's pyramid here, which I love, he talks about that at the top of this is the full activity level evaluation done in advance of the case. So we're talking about, the way that NFI works or the way that Duncan Taylor's work is done. And I'm excited to hear more about what he has to say about his experience. We are considering in Texas whether one approach would be to build an activity level team that has the requisite education, training, and competency to understand, number one, when cases are well suited to an activity level evaluation and to understand how to do them fully and with the use of Bayesian networks and other tools. The question in the middle is whether there's some acceptable mid-ground, and so that would be like the lookup table or other things. We're not sure about that. We're not sure what level of education would be needed. We kind of think you need to be at the top of the pyramid, or at least some people in the lab do, in order to work down to the middle. And then obviously the bottom state, which is just sort of winging it from papers on the stand or reacting to single line quotations, is not ideal. Final slide, please. So the final points that I wanted to just make is that I don't want to ignore the fact that the data needs are considerable. They are. That's a key takeaway from the NIST Foundational Review report. There are knowledge gaps that remain. Right now, the approach in Texas is for analysts to explain that the DNA comparison results alone do not speak to how or when the DNA is deposited. That is a true statement. And that they can help educate the jury about why this is hard, what factors make it challenging to opine about transfer in a given case. We're working on a list of those sort of foundational concepts, as well as testimony guidance, how to reply in certain scenarios in a way that we've developed consensus for. And then we really feel like in order to perform these activity level evaluations, we at least need a team of people who understand how to do the thing fully at the top of the pyramid. And then we can talk about from there what variations on that theme might be appropriate or useful. We agree that the community needs to take responsibility, and we believe that that requires the inclusion of legal end users, lawyers, and judges in developing the guidance for the community. So I apologize for going all the way to 129. Sorry about those tech issues. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lynn. Yeah, great presentation. We do have a lot of questions which are coming through at the moment. So I just want to make sure that you do have access to the published questions and you can answer them through the comments, Lynn. Perfect.
Yes.
So we might just have
Thank you.
time for one question. Why do the analysts in the US answer any hypothetical questions? They have the choice not to reply. Have you, as a commission, considered uniform training around AL evaluations?
Why do they answer at all? Because sometimes if you don't answer, it's evasive. It's perceived as, if I ask you, is it possible that there's another way that the DNA could have gotten on this cup than someone handling it directly? And I say, I can't answer. I can't talk to you about any of it. There's a real risk that sort of refusal response can do more harm than good. So I think what analysts are doing is they're doing their absolute best to answer, to not get sort of dragged down into hypothetical, down the drain of endless hypotheticals, acknowledging reasonable possibilities. It just feels like if you're an expert and you're up there and you can't acknowledge reasonable possibilities while under oath, that is not a great position either. So what we are trying to do is to establish like where the line gets crossed and how do we deal with it. I'm going to do my best, Nick, to go into the chat and I'm not chat, sorry, the Q&A and respond individually to each of these that have come through. And hopefully that will work. Is that the best way to do it, is to expand these and respond?
Yes, please. Just expand them and just comment on them, answering any questions that you can. There are a couple of questions posed in there which I think are probably better suited for some of the later speakers. So if you don't answer them, I'm sure we'll get to them a bit later.
Super. Thank you so
Great.
much.
Thanks very much, Lynn. So I think we can move on to our next presenter now, who is Dr. John Millman. And John is the Head of Research and Development at the Centre of Forensic Sciences in Toronto, Canada. And in his role, his responsibilities included conducting and promoting research and development for all forensic disciplines at CFS, and has co-published several papers regarding transfer and persistence of body fluids and DNA. And today, John is going to be talking about the concept of an evaluative mindset, and he will discuss the strategic roadmap towards developing an evaluative reporting service at the Centre of Forensic Sciences.
Okay, thank you,
John,
Nick.
can I get you to take control of the presentation, please?
I believe I've done so. I'm going to just try perhaps advancing the slides to see if that happens, so we can sort that out at the beginning. So I think I just advanced to the first or the second slide in my presentation.
Yep, second slide at advance for me, and I think it's working for everyone else, hopefully.
Great. Okay, I'll move back then. So thank you very much, Nick, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me and allowing me to talk about our laboratory's experience in embracing what I'm termed here as the evaluative mindset that I will talk about as part of this presentation. I'll start out by saying that our laboratory aspires to deliver a full model-based activity level reporting service with numerical likelihood ratios provided in formal reports. But we're not there yet. It's a journey that we've started, that we're moving through, but we think we've got a long way before we'll actually be providing that service, and probably never will for all cases that are submitted to our laboratory. But in the meantime, as we proceed towards the goal, we recognize that we have to continue to use our expertise to support our clients, especially courts and justice participants, including the judiciary, crown attorneys or prosecutors, as they're called crown attorneys in Canada. So apologies for the different lingo, as well as defense attorneys representing their clients. And there's a considerable risk of miscarriage of justice if we don't use our expertise to do so. So the goal of my talk will be first to define what this evaluative mindset is. I'll then talk a little bit about our laying the groundwork to get to our current state. I'll talk about what our current state is in casework, from beginning pre-assessment to delivery of testimony. And then I'll talk for a very short time at the end about some considerations for our future roadmap as we move towards this full activity level reporting service. So this term evaluative mindset, why do I use it? Well, the leadership of our laboratory would often discuss evaluative reporting. And in these discussions, I think it became very apparent that, of course, the concepts necessary for evaluative reporting apply throughout case from the beginning, pre-assessment, to the very end. So rather than just focusing on reporting, we thought we coined this term evaluative mindset. Now, it turns out, as I looked this up, it's actually something that's been used elsewhere in sociology and psychological literature, but it still aligns nicely with what we intend to use it to define. So in the context of the forensic scientist, it's a holistic approach that emphasizes critical thinking and contextual reasoning throughout the forensic process. Now, that's a bit of a word salad, of course, so what do I mean in terms of core principles? First of them is being contextually aware. In other words, considering the case context when we select items for analysis. Related to this is the purpose-driven testing. Choose tests only based on their ability to inform key questions, and don't test items if they can't inform key questions in the case. Probabilistic thinking, obviously a key tenet of activity level reporting or evaluative reporting, evaluating findings in terms of competing propositions. And then being transparent, clearly articulating the reasoning behind what we do, so our forensic decisions, our opinions, and also sharing the limitations associated with them. And this really started, I believe, at least the groundwork was set by something called the Kaufman Report. This was the result of an inquiry into the wrongful conviction of the man on the right, his name's Guy Palmerin, of the homicide of the young girl on the left, Christine Jessup. He was wrongfully convicted in the 1980s. He did not commit this crime. In fact, investigative genetic genealogy has more recently pointed towards the true perpetrator. But nonetheless, he spent considerable time in jail, and Justice Fred Kaufman was the lead of an inquiry into why this wrongful conviction occurred. And there were a number of systemic issues in the justice system that were identified, including in the forensic realm, or in the forensic laboratory, which is our laboratory. And while no one wants to be the subject of a judicial inquiry, there was a lot of valuable recommendations were published in this report that we've taken on. And I would say Justice Kaufman, while the language he uses may not be the same type of language, the same type of scientific language, he was very prescient, ahead of his time. If you read the report, a lot of the things you'll read are reminiscent of the NAS report, the MC guidelines, ISFG guidelines on activity level reporting, and the more recent NIST Human Factors report. The need to be independent of police and prosecutors, the need to have hypothesis-based testing, to be transparent in the way that we report our work and the limitations. In addition to this, making sure that we follow hypothesis-based testing or testing based on propositions. And I think this quote here, while it's just one small part of a very large, over 400-page report, it covers a lot of important things relating to this evaluative mindset. So he talks about the fact that you need to understand and respect the limitations, the forensic scientist, that is. The scientist has to inform themselves about relevant background, and also about the hypotheses or propositions, as it were, appreciating, as we know, that those might change later, especially as court arises. And perhaps most importantly, he recognizes that the scientist is the expert on the relevance of our testing, and that we should only test things when we can have a reliable inference drawn based upon the results of that test, and it's only us who can make that determination. And I would say that if he's stating that we are the ones who are clearly the experts on the relevance of our testing at the beginning of the process, we also have to be the experts at the end of the process when it comes to providing expert testimony in court. It only logically follows that that's the case. So I'm going to spend a few minutes now talking about what my laboratory has done to lay the foundation, or what we've attempted to do to lay the foundation for this evaluative reporting, both what we do now and what we intend to do in the future with a full evaluative reporting service that is model-based and provides likelihood ratios. So one of the first things we did was benchmark with other labs. Of course, there are lots of other laboratories around the world, representatives of whom are on this webinar today, who are farther ahead than us by quite a bit, and are actually now providing full activity level reporting services with a likelihood ratio outcome. So we spoke with these individuals as much as possible, both within North America and around the world, to find out how they got to where they are, and to try and follow that model. It's a community effort, and I would say that if there are laboratories considering this now, absolutely should reach out to those other labs and reach out to us to discuss what we've done so far and what our plans are moving forward. Training is key. Training the scientists. I use the term scientists, somewhat analogous to analysts, although we're slightly structured differently than those in the US. But our scientists have a lot of training in this regard. I'll say in 2005, when I was first hired, my training, a core component of my training was the hierarchy of propositions papers so that I understood that element of our work. I'll mention in the late 2010s, so around 2018, 2019, when we really determined that this needed to be a primary strategic focus for our laboratory, we held a 2-day seminar where we invited experts from around the world to provide training to all of our scientists, not just biology scientists, but all our scientific staff, over 200 people in our facility. That was a 2-day training event. It signals, of course, when you have a big event like that, how important this is, and provided some foundational information. We've also had scientists attend the ISFG summer school, various webinars. We've looked for opportunities to train internally. And again, last fall, we had experts come in and provide another training event, 2-day training event for our biology scientists in this case. And I'll also mention that we now have 2 scientists or 2 scientific staff who are enrolled in the Lausanne course to provide that deeper level of understanding of activity level reporting. So all things that are important as we move forward in terms of training. Early on, we also had a brainstorming event with all of our analysts. I've used the term analysts here, trying to be more universal, but these are our scientists in our lab. We recognize that people are all along the spectrum of comfort and confidence with moving forward in this, and that continues to be the case now. And it's important to hear from all voices as much as possible. So early on, we had a brainstorming event considering what are the challenges and how do we need to move forward, or what do we need to do to move forward with an activity level reporting service as we envision it. And this tremendously informed our roadmap that we've got and that we've developed to move forward with activity level reporting. Our required literature over the years has been a quite clear change in direction from probably quite technical literature. Again, when I first started in the lab, a lot of technical details about the technologies that we use, although that's still included. There's a much greater focus now on transfer and persistence literature. In fact, I had a summer student this last year whose goal, and I believe she was quite successful, was to identify all the transfer and persistence literature in our field published over the last 2.5, 3 years. And I'm now working with others more broadly in the forensic field. I don't think I can mention their names necessarily. I haven't asked to do so today, but to provide a repository perhaps that can be more broadly used by forensic scientists around the world as a basis for forming activity level opinions. Research is also an important component of what we do. It's one of the 3 pillars of our organizational mandate. And, we need to do this for a number of reasons, or we aspire and try to do as much research as we can for a number of reasons. One being that we recognize it's a community effort to try and develop all of the data that's required to support the activity level reporting. I'm going to go through the next slide with a few of the things that have been published or have been presented. Melinda Matt, one of the scientists at the Center of Forensic Sciences, she has published now 2 papers, been the lead author on 2 papers regarding transfer and persistence of DNA beneath fingernails. And this is because by performing this research, it allows us to directly address questions that we routinely encounter in court. And often those are related to transfer and persistence beneath fingernails. So that's one of the reasons to do this kind of research. We've also worked with Dr. Chris Earhart at Virginia Commonwealth University and others to develop tools that will allow us to more effectively answer activity level questions. So for instance, we've worked with him on tools to expand our body fluid identification repertoire, and more recently to determine time since deposition for biological samples. And you can imagine, obviously, how valuable this could be if we know when the person's DNA was deposited in the context of the offense, that we could say with much greater confidence whether those results were expected due to deposition at the time of the event or at another time. And finally, being involved in research allows us to connect with others in the field. This bottom paper that I've got here, listed here, we submitted to FSI Genetics, and the reviewers helpfully suggested that it would benefit from a Bayesian network using the data that we'd developed. We all looked around at each other and said, are any of us up to that task? And at the time, we certainly didn't think we were developing a Bayesian network. So we were helpfully put in touch with Luke Volgan from Forensic Science South Australia, who is an expert in this area, was able to take our data, incorporate it into a Bayesian network, and actually develop a few examples of how it could be used to address activity level questions. So not only tremendously enhancing the value of that paper, but also allowing us to have a better understanding of how the data we generate can be used to inform Bayesian networks and to address activity level questions. We've also incorporated evaluative principles into our procedures. You'll see a terminology associated with evaluative reporting or the evaluative mindset from our case acceptance guidelines, our reporting guidelines, and our testimony guidelines. And I'll talk about a couple of those as I continue. In our court reviews and discussions, and I'm going to say not only is this in reviews after the fact, but also discussions that happen prior to court, either between scientists in a laboratory or between scientists and managers. There's a lot of discussion about the results that we have in the context of the case or in the context of activity level questions. Rarely, as I'm sure we've all encountered now, when we have a very high subsource likelihood ratio supporting identity, very likely or very unlikely for questions in court to be associated with identity. Instead, it's all about how and when was the DNA deposited. In other words, what activities could account or could be responsible for those for our results. A number of years ago, again, back in the late 2010s, when we initiated or when we really focused on this as a strategic priority, we reviewed and updated our job description to ensure that it aligned with the activity level, addressing activity levels that our scientists need to do throughout the process. And in our hiring process, I think this has been true for a number of years. We've always addressed competencies in those job descriptions, including critical thinking and the ability to effectively assess scientific literature and critically assess that literature, all part of what we do as part of our hiring process to ensure that our scientists are effectively equipped to perform the work that they do. And finally, I'm going to mention gradual changes to culture and expectations. Now, this is nothing Machiavellian. This is nothing that I think anyone set out to do. But if you were to enter the laboratory today versus 10 years ago, you would see there have been changes in culture and expectations. There's a lot more discussion, as I mentioned, about the activity level. What do our results mean in the context of the alternate propositions in our case. I think it's fair to say that we've had very little of transposing the conditional. I won't even promise I won't do it today, so it does still happen. But generally speaking, I think because we've had star mix in place now for approximately 10 years and have that understanding of the likelihood ratio, that people are much more confident talking about the likelihood of the results versus ever transposing the conditional to the likelihood of the propositions. And so now I'm going to move on to just speaking a little bit about what we do at the front, in reporting and in testimony. So up front, when we're evaluating cases and speaking to investigators, determining what items will be accepted, as I mentioned, that Kaufman report has always compelled us to consider activity level questions. We weren't necessarily calling them activity level questions, but that's what we were doing in the front end of our casework, determining whether the testing is relevant. And I have to admit that, for a number of years, I often struggle with what does relevance mean exactly? How do we define relevance? And it was only, sometime, after I'd started really thinking about likelihood ratios and activity level reporting that the light bulb went off. And it's very simple. I'm sure it did earlier to other scientists in my lab, but there's a very simple litmus test. You only accept an item if there's a test that we can perform that may provide results that differ under the prosecution versus the defense hypothesis. Now we never know exactly what the defense hypothesis is, or rarely do at the outset of testing, but one can reasonably anticipate a defense hypothesis, and there's a lot of literature that talks about that. And not every result that's possible has to differ under those hypotheses, but a reasonably expected result that you might obtain has to differ under those hypotheses. And that's a relatively straightforward way to determine whether an item is relevant to test. So, for example, in our lab, and these are relatively straightforward, we wouldn't typically sample the grip of a firearm found on a person at the time of arrest. We wouldn't test for semen on a suspect's own bedsheet if the allegation was that he sexually assaulted a complainant in his bed. Typically, we don't test items from sexual assault kits where both the complainant and the suspect agree the activity took place. In other words, it's a consent case. Now, these are typical scenarios. I'll say that this might change, and we might test these in certain circumstances. If, for instance, the accused said, I was wearing a jacket that had this firearm in it. It's not my jacket. I had no idea a firearm was present. I absolutely had no contact with that firearm. We might consider testing it. In the case of the suspect's own bedsheet, if he said, I did not sexually assault this complainant, but I believe she was sexually assaulted by someone else on my bed, we might consider testing then. So things are always subject to change, and potentially considering testing under alternate circumstances. Moving on to reporting. This is a statement that's been in our reports for a number of years, I think since at least 2019, and it indicates that our results in these standard reports do not address how or when body fluids or DNA were deposited on an item. Number one, it's flagging the reader, the prosecutor, the defense attorney, that presence or absence of DNA is not directly equivalent to activity. And it's indicating, and there's a statement after this that directs them to speak with us well in advance of court proceedings if this is an important issue that needs to be addressed and needs to be considered by the scientists, so that we have time to appropriately consider that ahead of court. So really important to recognize those standard reports are not addressing activity level. And if we are contacted by defense, on a number of occasions, we've provided these formal letters of opinion, which I suppose could be considered our reporting product for activity level reports. And we follow best practice, a lot of the things that you'll see in the various guidance documents when creating these letters, clearly defining the case history and assumptions and things that are agreed upon by all parties. We outline the results that we are evaluating. Obviously, not all results in a case might be evaluated, especially a large case with a lot of results. Referencing the supporting documentation, typically this will be published literature, but it might be validation documents, it might be other things that are being referenced, but we need to clearly reference and be open and transparent about what we're using to support the evaluation, and ultimately providing that opinion in an evaluative framework, talking about whether the results are more likely under one scenario versus another. I think it's important to note that we don't currently include a numerical likelihood ratio in these reports. And as I've mentioned, we see ourselves as relatively early in this journey and probably won't be doing so for some time to come, but it's what we ultimately aspire to do. And finally, the evaluative approach for testimony. Of course, we do provide opinions in court, and our scientists, again, this has been for a number of years, in their statement of qualifications, this line is present in every scientist's statement of qualifications, indicating that they are experts in deposition, transfer, and persistence of body fluids and DNA. And I would say most, if not all, scientists at the Center for Forensic Sciences who have testified in recent years have been qualified as such, qualified as experts in this area, as they should be. And I think you'd agree with me based on the information I provided for you in the laying the foundation. The scientists are certainly experts in this area based on the training, based on their experience, and based on a number of other factors. And so what do we expect from our scientists in testimony? Number one, we proactively engage prosecution and defense, reach out to both to find out what are the key issues. It's very helpful to do so. It really helps narrow and get a better understanding of what key issues need to be addressed in court, and allows the scientists to appropriately prepare, including reviewing relevant literature. To the most of their ability, we ask them to consider pairs of propositions when responding to activity level questions, avoiding statements on the probability of the proposition, as I've mentioned a number of times, simply avoiding transposed conditionals, and supporting opinions with reference to literature. Also erring on the side of caution, which I'll simply state here, and I recognize going a little bit over myself now. So erring on the side of caution, don't overstate the results is essentially what I'm indicating here, and our scientists take pains not to do so. And finally, if it becomes a critical issue in court, something that they didn't have the opportunity to prepare for in advance, provide a letter of opinion. This is something that our scientists, in our policy, we recommend they say this to the judge, indicating that they need to be provided with different scenarios as well as time to complete a formal evaluation. And then it's up to the judge to determine whether or not this is an important enough area to indeed have a deferral, have the scientists go away and do a more formal letter of opinion, like I discussed earlier, followed by further testimony. So this puts it squarely in the hands of the judiciary to determine whether or not this is necessary, and I think appropriately so. Sorry, I'm not able to get to my last slide now. Oh, I just skipped over. Last slide, again, recognizing that we are in general going over. I'm very quickly going to say there's a lot for us to consider as we move towards implementing this full model-based evaluative reporting service that we envision. We need to determine, for instance, which cases to which cases would this apply? Obviously, not all of them. Who would provide the service? Would we have start out with a smaller group of individuals and expand like we did with StarMix? Would we have certain individuals provide expertise in certain areas? We need to consider additional training, especially for our clients, including police, defense, and prosecuting attorneys, as well as the judiciary. We need to ensure that this fits within our quality assurance system, and we need to ensure that we have appropriate data management and change management in place. And with that, I'm going to thank you very much for your time, and I think there's probably a few minutes left. I can address any questions.
Thanks very much, John, on the overview of how the Centre of Forensic Science is approaching activity of reporting. We do have time for a few questions which have been coming through. What kinds of questions are being asked in hiring to evaluate if a candidate is capable of doing the evaluative work?
That's a great question. What we will typically do is, as part of our hiring process, is have them review a scientific paper, and we'll have follow-up questions that determine their ability to assess and, effectively critically assess the components of that paper. I wouldn't say that we're actually necessarily asking specifically activity level questions. In fact, we will have people who have no experience with testimony who are applying for these positions, but we are trying to assess their critical thinking skills through those competitions.
Great, thank you. And Becca has questioned, how do you avoid cognitive bias in 1, determining what test to do, and 2, how to structure your hypotheses?
That's a great question, and we recognize the challenge of cognitive bias. It's actually another strategic initiative at the Center of Forensic Sciences, is finding ways to avoid cognitive, or at least mitigate cognitive bias, recognizing it can't be avoided. We try to have clients, our submitters provide the critical evidence or critical information needed, although we do still have long form submissions. So I'll say that that's a work in progress, and something that we are looking to do things like try and hide certain information that isn't relevant to the background, or consider ways to have independent assessments that don't take into account some of the irrelevant information in the background. But I will again acknowledge that's a work in progress to address cognitive bias.
Great, thank you. And just another one here. Very informative presentation, thank you. Sounds like we are on a similar path in Scotland. Do you also carry out a full case assessment prior to starting complex cases? For example, layout, contextual information, and expectations, etc.
Yeah, great question. We certainly do perform a case assessment, considering the relevant background information, and we have a case assessment form. Probably not, or certainly not a formal CAI, where we're considering likelihood of results under different scenarios and formally writing those down. We know from some of our scientific staff's experience in the Lausanne course, for instance, that that's something that we might consider moving towards, especially in cases where we know we're going to perform a full, evaluative report. So as I said, and I've said a few times, we're on a journey. We have incremental change and incremental improvement, and that's one of the things that certainly is for consideration as we move forward.
Great, thanks, John. I think we're at time with the questions. I did notice there was a couple of issues with answering the questions from the speakers. Can I just get you, John, to try and go into the published questions and see if you can comment on them just to answer them?
Okay, I seem to have the ability to do so. I'm just going to put test in one of them and post that, and I think that will.
Perfect. And so any questions addressed to you, can you please try and answer if you can? Can I please ask that none of the attendees or registered attendees answer any of the questions in the comments? Thanks. It's just a functionality we can't turn off at the moment for attendees. Great. So we can just move on to our next speakers of the day. And the next presentation is going to be a tandem presentation by Dr. Ray Wickenheiser and Dr. Ashley Hall. Ray is a retired director of the New York State Police Crime Laboratory System and is the new CEO of Supermetric. Ray has been conducting research into activity level propositions for the past 5 years and using trace DNA to solve crime for over 30 years. Ashley is the director of the USC Davis Forensic Science Graduate Program and has been conducting research into activity level propositions for the past 5 years. And today, their presentation is going to be about using DNA evidence to answer activity level questions in relation to a specific case, which was a quadruple homicide in Idaho. Just bring up the presentation. Great. Ashley, I'll just get you to take control of that, please.
Okay, I think I've just taken control. All right, I'm not able to. All right, can everybody see me advancing the slides?
Yes, looks all good to me, Ashley.
Okay, great. So start out with a disclaimer. Any opinions we express here are our own. So juries are the finder of fact, and they need guidance on activity level questions. I was recently the jury foreperson on a double murder trial here in the US. And I can tell you that if jurors are not presented with activity level evaluations during testimony, they will come up with their own, and they can be nonsensical and have very little relation to the actual evidence. And so the forensic scientist is best equipped to evaluate activity level questions when they draw on their training, education, experience, and empirical data. The generation of empirical data that might be useful in activity level evaluations has been the focus of our research. Now, working with trace DNA, we quickly found that wild fingerprints are not a good source material. They have a highly variable DNA content, and the starting quantity of DNA is unknown. So we developed the domesticated fingerprints in hands. These control for the human variables in DNA transfer experiments, and they help us produce empirical data that may aid in the comparisons of activity level scenarios. The domesticated fingerprint is a ground truth sample. It is a known quantity of DNA in sebaceous fingerprint chemistry. For the domesticated hand, we use Lorica leather as a skin surrogate. We glue it to a nitrile glove in a place appropriate for the transfer. And using these two, we have controlled for human variability. And this allows us to conduct DNA transfer experiments that can produce empirical data. We first looked at a true crime scene, the case of Idaho versus Koberger. Briefly, Koberger was accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students in their off-campus apartment. His DNA was found in a knife sheath left at the scene. The question we wanted to answer was how it got there. We put forth 2 propositions and we mocked each one. The first proposition was Koberger, the person of interest, touched the knife sheath snap. The second one was Koberger shook hands with some other person, OP, who touched the knife sheath snap. So for the first proposition, we did a direct transfer. We applied a domesticated fingerprint to the domesticated hand, which then touched the knife sheath snap. We repeated this 20 times and averaged our results. For the indirect, we put male DNA on the POI hand. We put female DNA on the OP hand. The 2 shook hands, and then the OP transferred to the snap. We also ran this 20 times. We extracted, quantified with quantifiler trio, and ultimately profiled. Now, if we look at the quantification results, with the domesticated fingerprint, you can see that the mean person of interest DNA recovered after the indirect pathway was only 44% of the DNA recovered after the direct pathway. With the wild fingerprints, the person of interest DNA from the snap after the indirect pathway was only 10% of the person of interest DNA that we saw after the direct pathway. So there were significant differences in the quantity of DNA that we recovered, but we wanted to know how this might translate to DNA profiling. So 10 extracts from the snap in the direct transfer and 10 extracts from the snap in the indirect transfer were profiled with Promega fusion. For the direct, we found that the person of interest hand introduced low levels of female DNA, as we saw in the quant, but there were no peaks in the profile detectable above the analytical threshold. So we saw single source person of interest profiles. Of the 10, 3 were full profiles, 3 had dropout at 2 loci, 1 had dropout at 9 loci, and the final one had dropout at 18 loci. To analyze the indirect transfer snap samples, we did a mixture analysis. Of the 10 samples, 5 had too few alleles to support a mixture analysis. Of the other 5, the person of interest was the minor donor in 4 of 5 samples, with an average POI-OP peak height ratio of 1 to 16. 1 to 1.6. With the wild profiles, in the direct transfer, we also detected a low level of female DNA by quant. Not surprising because these are real people's hands and we generate our domesticated fingerprint from buccal samples. So it's not surprising that in real people samples, we see some low level background. But like with the direct, the domesticated fingerprint, none of the female peaks rose above the analytical threshold. And so we interpreted single source person of interest profiles. In this case, 9 of them were full profiles, and 1 profile was missing alleles at 6 loci. In the mixture analysis, we saw that 5 samples had insufficient peaks for a mixture analysis. In 4 of the 5 that remained, the person of interest was the minor donor, and the person of interest OP or male-female peak height ratio was 1 to 2.7. Now, in the indirect, we did see 1 drop in allele, very low level, that was not attributed to either of the actual donors. So, from the domesticated fingerprint, 2.5 times more person of interest DNA was transferred by direct than indirect contact. In the indirect profiles, the mean person of interest to OP DNA was 39% to 61%, with the other person being the final contributor. In the wild fingerprints, we saw 10 times more person of interest DNA transferred by direct contact. And the profiles of the indirect showed a mean 27% to 73% mixture, with the 73% other person being the final contributor. We did see 1 drop in allele in the 20 profiles that we looked at. We have to remember that these are run under optimal conditions. So the indirect transfer pathway that we described was not the only route by which the DNA could have arrived. However, we believe that it was the most direct indirect route possible. That is, the most DNA is going to be delivered by that route, making this the most conservative estimate possible. It was run in a lab under laboratory conditions. We knew exactly where the samples were placed. So this is as good as it gets. In this case, we can say a person of interest major DNA profile is more likely if a DNA transfer occurred. That is proposition 1. So we wanted to extend this type of analysis to other scenarios with other surfaces, other transfers, and try to develop some general principles of transfer. We worked with a drug baggie and a subway pole. So for a direct transfer, we had a domesticated fingerprint placed on a hand, and then that hand sealed the drug baggie. For the indirect transfer, we put the domesticated fingerprint on the subway pole, and then the other person touched the subway pole and sealed the drug baggie. We repeated each pathway 20 times. We quantified and profiled by fusion. I'm going to go straight to the profiling results. And I have to say, I would like to have had mixture analysis to share with you today, but I wasn't able to complete it enough and I'm not ready to report it. So we're just going to have to describe this in a different way, which is after the direct transfer. Oh, and we analyzed 20 profiles for the direct, 20 profiles for the indirect. So for the direct, in 2 of samples, we saw no profile. In 18, we saw a person of interest profile missing 2 to 3 alleles. After the indirect transfers, we saw 1 partial profile that was a person of interest, other person mixture. And 19 of 20 showed a full profile that was a person of interest, other person mixture. We saw a similar thing with the wild fingerprints. In the direct, we saw 1 with no profile, 15 had a full person of interest profile, and 4 had a partial person of interest profile that was missing 1 to 2 alleles. In the indirect, we saw 2 with no profile. 6 had a full other person profile with only 0 to 2 person of interest alleles. In 9 to 20, we saw a full profile with a suspect or person of interest and other person mixture. And in the final 3, we saw a partial profile with a person of interest, other person mixture. So with the domesticated fingerprint in this case, we saw the transfer of 4.5 times more person of interest DNA transferred by direct than by indirect contact. With the wild fingerprint, we saw 19 times more person of interest DNA transferred by direct contact than by indirect contact. And again, these were optimal transfer conditions. If you remember on the subway pole, you saw pieces of tape that was on there to guide placement of the fingerprints. So again, this is as good as it gets. This is a conservative estimate. And what we've shown here is that there is a significant difference in the quantity of DNA recovered after a direct versus an indirect transfer. And the profiles they generate are different. Further work that we're going to do will focus on investigating DNA transfer under various other conditions, further optimizing the domesticated fingerprint to be a surrogate for the wild fingerprint, and considering other things like prevalence and persistence. In this case, I have to say, additional data analysis is needed. I cannot determine yet whether a POI major DNA profile is more or less likely with a direct transfer. Hopefully, by the time I give this data again, I'll have that statement. And with that, I'd like to hand this over to Dr. Wickenheiser.
Thank you, Ashley. And see if I can advance them. Okay. Race DNA evidence. So first of all, talk about opinion evidence just a little bit, and this has been touched upon by previous presenters. So first of all, juries are the finder of fact. Of course, there's always a caveat. Defendant in the U.S. can choose judge alone. So certain circumstances that would be the case. But regardless, the finder of fact needs scientific guidance. I love the idea that Ashley was actually be able to sit as a jury foreman because that's rare insight. And we absolutely, under every circumstance, want them to be fully guided, not make wrong conclusions. and essentially be able to weigh the evidence as the best possible way, as balanced and unbiased as it can be. So yes, we have a federal rule of evidence 702. Folks, when you're delivering forensic testimony, you qualify as an expert to give expert opinion evidence. So that permits offering of an opinion based is actually an expectation you're giving that opinion evidence. So, for example, a heart surgeon doesn't have exact specific research on a particular patient.
Ray, I think you might be cutting out slightly. Sorry, apologies everyone with the technical difficulties. Can everyone just confirm that Ray has paused with his presentation for everybody? Perfect, thank you. I might just wait a couple of minutes or a minute for him to reconnect, and so we'll start again. While we're just waiting for Ray, I'd just like to thank everyone for their engagement and many thoughtful questions and comments that have been shared today. We've had more questions than we can address within the session time, but please know that none of these have been overlooked or disregarded. And we'll review all the submissions after the webinar and aim to respond to key themes or common queries through a follow-up communication. We do truly appreciate everyone's participation and perspectives, even where views differ, and ask that the discussion remains respectful so we can continue learning from one another. Please note comments were not regarded as questions requiring a response.
So I've turned off my camera and I think I'm back. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine now, Ray.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, so apologize. It was a little spotty, and I think I got a little bit of spottiness on the part of Ashley. So apologize for the technical difficulties. Seems to be kind of rule of the day. So just picking up from Rule 702, we qualify as experts. So there's really an expectation that we provide guidance, appropriate guidance. So I think it's critical to state the why behind your opinion, and we absolutely want to assist the finder of fact system making their decision, and their decision is guilt or innocence, not ours, and that why needs data. So we've done, as Ashley has indicated, a number of various experiments, and what we're trying to do is provide that empirical data. And so we placed DNA in these controlled experiments. So what we're stating is the real examples of, or excuse me, the real results. So just a real quick background so we can get into the actual new philosophies, if you will, or proposed philosophies. I'm a former trace evidence expert, as well as DNA in terms of my background. DNA is another type of trace evidence like hairs or fiber, and our study provides empirical data to inform these transfer events and recognize that every scenario is comprised of a series of single events. So these are all steps, and being able to break it down just to help the jury understand which is more likely or what would have to occur, and recognizing that our experiments are very contrived, and one would argue, are they really? What they're doing is setting a framework for the most supportive scenario to get the maximum indirect transfer possible. So I'm going to start with Locard's exchange principle that every contact leaves a trace. So with that, we're going to build on the Locard exchange principle with our new theories. First of all, is the philosophy of trace evidence number one, that every contact establishes a new equilibrium. So you're going to start with a certain amount of DNA load that occurs on any substrate. Certainly in our experiments, we're making that clean, not in kind of real world circumstances. So you start with a substrate, you touch it with a hand or you shake hands, and then that in turn is moved new substrate. Those are separate and discrete steps. So each time you have a new contact, new transferred cells are going to be added to that, and they're going to in turn create a more complex mixture. So they're going to add, but the original mixture, if you will, is still going to maintain its relativity, it's still there. So if you started with that 4-to-1, now you have a new contact. Let's just say it adds a lot of DNA. Now, instead of a 4-to-1 ratio, you have a 6-to-4-to-1, with the majority 6 being the last contributor. So essentially, new contacts, adding new DNA, a new equilibrium. Okay, the number 2, theory of diminishing returns. So every time you go through another step, that original DNA, that 4-to-1, some amount of it can absolutely be transferred indirectly, but 100% of it does not go along for the ride. So each transfer establishes a new equilibrium, but you're going to lose DNA as in diminishing returns. You started with some amount of DNA, not all of it gets moved to the next, right? So you've got some amount less, another move or another step, you've got progressively less and less or diminishing returns. So that includes handling, like extracting, swabbing, purification, movement between test tubes. You're always losing DNA compared to the original amount of DNA that you started with. Number 3, the last handler is likely the major contributor. Not saying that it is, but certainly through our experiments and the experiments that that we've seen, but certainly I'll stick with ours. The latest handler, it being direct transfer, the previous handler's indirect transfer, we've demonstrated that the last handler contributes the most DNA on average. There's exceptions to that, but by and large, that is what we have discovered in our Idaho experiments. Only 10% of the suspect DNA was due to direct transfer compared to direct transfer. And 1 in 10 of our profiles did show that the male was equal or greater contributor. However, notably, we always saw the last contact or that individual who was the vector of transfer. So we didn't see just that previous individual's DNA, we saw a mixture of the two. So within the new equilibrium, the previous diminishes as the primary transfer is predominant. Essentially, you're getting more DNA with direct transfer. Number 4, DNA is not a glitter bomb, as in DNA is not self-mobile. It requires a vector for transmission. So multiple actions are required. 1, you need to deposit to the original substrate. Then you need to transfer to a vector, as in the person's touching that substrate. We've used subway pole, drug baggie, and other substrates, whether the substrate makes a difference, and then turn that vector, that hand would in, or the other individual would need to deposit onto a new substrate. So each transfer is a separate and independent event. And this is what needs to be explained to the jury if there's an alternate, just to say, here's what would have to happen, just so we understand what goes into that scenario versus a direct transfer. So each separate action must be explained step by step. And really the whole goal is, what one proposal is this, direct transfer, usually, or here is another proposal or proposition, and here's what would have to take place, just so you understand the steps that would be required for this to be possible, plausible, and likely, or for that possible, but not as likely or not as supported by the evidence. The 5th philosophy, primordial soup mixture, goes to the theories of entropy or chaos theory, as in essentially everything seeks maximum randomness. And essentially, if you can envision it this way, single source DNA is a rare event. So on our bodies, for the most part, we got single source. I'm sure under my fingernails or on my skin, I might have other DNA on me as well, but essentially my body is a pure DNA. It's a rare event. It takes energy to maintain. As soon as it leaves my body, it then mixes with other DNA on those surfaces that I come in contact. So the trace evidence eventually becomes a complex mixture. And this is true of hair, fibers, and DNA. Any kind of trace evidence leaves your body, leaves the source, mixes with other things. In turn, you get a mixture. But unlike hairs and fibers, there's no visual criteria to pick out DNA. Now, we've got ProbGen, and that's fantastic. But when you're for a fiber, you can look at a particular color and you can separate it out visually. You can't do that with DNA. So essentially, all DNA over time is going to descend into a primordial soup mixture. It's going to or like an allelic ladder. Last one, DNA is not self-cleaning. So once it's in that mixture, the DNA does not become single source. DNA is inanimate. It doesn't climb and clean it out of the mixture and clean itself up. So once you get that mixture, you're really going to not separate the DNA out of it. So, summarizing in terms of direct versus indirect, this experiment and experiments we've run are with the most favorable factors to see what we can find for indirect transfer. We absolutely saw it. In the case of Koberger, 1 in 10 profiles showed the male as an equal or greater contributor. However, note we always did see that last contact or the individual who was the vector for transfer. So between scenarios, my opinion is directive transfer is the more likely. It's based on the data of what we found. So little joke, this is not rocket science, forensic molecular biology. So in terms of being unbiased or doing a disservice to the case, if an expert not opine when asked about transfer within your comfort zone education, the finder of fact, which is usually the jury, is up to themselves and the lawyer's arguments. So justice is not served nor properly supported with forensic information so that they're not going to be able to make the best decision as the finder of fact. So withholding common sense opinion is not only unbiased, in my opinion, it's compromising justice. So in conclusion, we've built a sound and robust model that permits evaluation of different events based on DNA recovery. It provides empirical evidence to inform activity level propositions, and it supports these new 6 theories. First of all, each contact establishes a new equilibrium. The theory of diminishing returns, as you have subsequent contacts, you get less and less DNA from that original DNA that you started with. The last handler is likely the major contributor, but noting that there are situations where that previous contributor can be seen or even can be in the major, but we still see the minor. DNA is not a glitter bomb. The primordial soup mixture that is uninterpretable. And finally, DNA is not self-cleaning. Juries are the finder of fact, and they need guidance, and forensic experts who qualify to give that opinion should offer the opinions. And again, for the U.S., Federal Rule 702, based on education, training, experience, and I would add, and based on empirical data. So thank you for your kind attention. There's our contact information, and I will pass it over to Ashley for some acknowledgements. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. I have to acknowledge the folks in my lab who did this work. Aldrin Alviar, who's now an analyst at Cal DOJ, did the bulk of this. Federica, Jenny Ostrander, and Jessica Tang actually started this work with 1,200 samples to validate our domesticated fingerprint. I have to thank NIJ for funding and the CAC McLaughlin Endowment and my collaborator, Nick Miller, for statistical help.
Great, thank you, Ray and Ashley. Yeah, I thought, Ashley, your presentation was a really good example of how experimental data, which has been published in peer review, can be used to provide transfer probabilities and use an evaluation. So thank you for that. We do have a few questions which have come through, and I think we have time for a couple of them. So Ashley, have you simulated different sheddar status of your POI and OP in the domesticated prints, or are you keeping the amount of DNA from each the same?
Well, that is one of the things we need to do, but I do simulate a high sheddar person of interest. I use 9 nanograms of person of interest DNA and 6 nanograms of other person DNA. We do have to do a lot more work on different ratios and different scenarios, but we made an effort to keep it conservative.
Great, thank you. So I think Ray touched on biases. There's a question here. In a fragmented system of labs with multiple levels of lab regulation or non-regulation, how do you account for bias in the presentation of transfer opinion evidence? For instance, if the lab is associated with a prosecutor's office or police department, how do you account for or control for bias influence from the law enforcement on the analyst? This is for any presenter, really. Any comments on that, Ray or Ashley?
Nick, this is John. Nick, there's likely to be operator variability in this type of assessment. I don't know if consistency is going to be achieved rapidly, either between people or across labs. So I think that's a fair question.
Great, thanks, John, for answering that one. There was a question here from Lynn. Given the sensitivity of DNA profiling techniques now, is it reasonable to expect a defendant to be able to account for the presence of DNA?
So John again. So no, the defendant doesn't have to account for anything. It's the duty of the analyst to consider all reasonable or plausible routes of transfer. Often in cross-examination, a certain line is taken, and one can perceive the thought suggestion that's being made. But even then, if one is aware of a better route of transfer, that's the one that should be considered.
Great, thanks, John. There was a question posed to Ray. It says, you seem to discount errorized DNA sources such as sneezes. How does your theory account for things such as talking over an item without context, which is documented in labs? Is Ray still here?
I don't see him on here. I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
It said, the question raised was, you seem to discount aerosolized DNA sources such as sneezes. How does your theory account for things such as talking over an item without contact, which is documented in labs?
Right. Well, what I can say is during our experiments, we didn't see exogenous DNA added from things like that. We do take care not to sneeze over experiments and such. And again, this was a very controlled environment, but I would expect those things to be very, very minor. And remember, we did see some background female DNA, but it didn't arise above the analytical threshold in the profiles. So it wasn't a huge concern. Now, obviously, this is something we're going to keep our eye on as we move forward.
Great, thanks, Ashley. It's time probably to move on to our next presenter. Thanks very much, Ashley and Ray. Sorry, I just have a bit of issue bringing up Tim's presentation. Just give me a second here, please.
Nick, I see my slides. I can try to see if I can advance them by taking control.
Looks like I can't see the slides at the moment. Let me just try and present. Great. Can you please take control, Tim?
Yep, I can run them.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Over to you.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining us today, and I want to say thank you to our friends in New Zealand who have organized this. So I'm going to talk about, I guess, what might be that kind of middle ground a little bit that has been mentioned already today, using a knowledge-based approach for when this shows up at trial. So there's a lot of discussion here as to whether we should or shouldn't be dealing with these activity level questions, but I kind of feel like it's too late to have that debate. It's already here. It's already in the courtroom, and it's nothing new. It's been around for quite some time. Now, recognizing this testimony by name, truly recognizing that questions about transfer or indirect are really activity level questions, that might be something that's relatively recent. But if I go back to old transcripts of mine from 20 years ago, perhaps the prosecutor asked questions like, did the sperm cell DNA match the defendant? Well, uh, you're talking about sperm. Most people are picturing a specific activity. Or is this result consistent with direct contact? We're now realizing that's an activity level question. And our defense friends might say, DNA doesn't tell you how it got there, or, can my DNA be found on something I've never touched? So we're recognizing now what these questions really are. Now, there's kind of a debate. What should we call it? So the term ALR showed up, and that got criticized for activity likelihood ratios. We're not supposed to evaluate the activity. So maybe it meant activity level reporting, but we're not reporting very much. So another acronym I'm aware of is EGALP, which may be the most correct. But what's the poor jury going to think when you're trying to say evaluation given activity level proposition a couple of dozen times during your testimony? That's a lot of jargon, a lot of words. So I kind of like the term activity level evaluation, or ALE. It's not fair to convert ALE into EA. We are not doing the evaluation of the activity. We're doing the activity level evaluation of our findings in the laboratory. So let's talk for a minute about ALE in the USA. One thing we can say is it's pretty common. I think most experts agree that it shows up in most of their cases. I think everybody in the US and probably other countries are aware that this is showing up in their cases, and are asking for guidance. How can we handle this? What should we do? It's confusing. We've got the likelihood ratio theory, which introduces this concept of transposed conditional, and that's not something we're aware of. Maybe it's even when you're aware of it, it's hard to avoid transposing conditional. But then we've got FRE 702 and 704, which boil down to there's no such thing as a transposed conditional as far as US law goes. If you are declared an expert, you are allowed to give your opinion on what's called an ultimate issue. So the ultimate issue would not be guilt or innocence. The ultimate issue might be your opinion on how the DNA actually got there, picking between two choices. But we try not to do that because we want to do good likelihood ratio theory. It's controversial. There's one side that says it's the jury's job. There's another side that might say it's the expert's duty. There's a whole bunch of people in the middle that are trying to figure out how to reconcile these two things. But let's define these a little bit. The folks who say it's the jury's job are saying it's the jury's job to decide which of two or several activities may have occurred in the case. I don't think those who are saying it's an expert's duty are arguing against that. There's a quote that I pulled from the NIST Foundation study that says transfer cannot be ignored because DNA findings in isolation can potentially be misleading. So we've kind of got these, I guess, two sides, and it leads to this overall confusing controversy. And I think part of the confusion is there are two different arguments. We're not arguing both sides of the same issue. They are actually two different issues, and we're talking past each other. So in my personal view, ALE of DNA findings, evaluating the DNA findings when activity is of interest, I don't think that is not doing the jury's job. We are not deciding what happened. And if we're not deciding what happened and we still say we're treading on the jury, my question is, why don't we just hand the EPGs over, just give the electropherograms to the jury? Because the who question is their job also. So if we're not supposed to give them guidance at the activity level of the hierarchy, why do we give them guidance at the subsource level? I don't see a difference between the two. I think that the jury needs help with both. So we've talked about the model-based a little bit. I'm going to introduce this, and I think judgment-based has been mentioned. So let's talk about what does not happen in the USA. What does not happen is this formal or model-based activity level evaluation, specifically something that uses a Bayes net or some algebraic approach. We don't get inputs from both sides. I mean, we don't. You might get the odd conversation with the defense every now and then. You may or may not have any conversations with the prosecution. So it's not done ahead of trial. And there's been some narrative that, doing a formal report would take an extra 8 weeks or so of turnaround time, and it results in its own 15-page report per case. And well, it's probably not really 8 weeks, in terms of working hours. I think John referred to that earlier. But it's a whole bunch of time to add on top of the caseload. So currently, the labs that are doing this formal approach that are not in the US, they average, say, one a month or fewer. So let's see what does happen in the USA. So I'm going to say questions get asked by both lawyers at court with no real warning, and the experts are kind of forced to use their judgment to try and answer these questions, or to use their judgment if the question should be answered in the first place. The alternate proposition, whatever that might be, is often unknown, or even worse, it changes in real time. I mean, I've been on the witness stand where halfway through the question, the attorney stops and starts off in a whole new direction, completely after 20 minutes of conversation, it goes in a new direction. Now, what does sometimes happen in the USA is sometimes experts will answer a question by saying, using terms like more likely or less likely, or I wouldn't expect that as much. And sometimes papers are used to support that opinion. Now, the appellate court decisions uphold this time and time again. If there's an opinion given and it's sort of it's got some quantitative connotation to it, like more likely or less likely, and some papers have been used, the testimony gets upheld often. I'm aware of a case out of Ohio just a couple of weeks ago. There was an appellate court upheld in Tennessee a month before that. But what happens in the USA is that most analysts are responsible for anywhere to 15 to 20 cases a month. So this is a challenge for us, right? How do we do this? How do we fit this in? So let's jump to some an example. Let's talk where the rubber meets the road here. Okay, so let's talk about a quick mock case. It'll be a date rape scenario. And for whatever reason, the victim delayed reporting. She didn't go looking for medical treatment right away, or didn't report it. And some evidence gets collected or submitted. And one of the things that happens is the victim declines a pelvic exam. So there's no vaginal swab. And so we end up with the underwear that she says she wore after that event occurred. And we have some case information. The victim and suspect know each other. The statement made to the nurse who did the examinations, the victim said they've dated a few times. We have information that the victim says she is not currently active and that she lives alone in her own apartment. So some serology testing gets done, and we have mixed results. So we've got some classical serology tests that are positive, but the microscopic exam is negative. And then DNA testing takes place. The lab I came from, we did a second sperm search during the differential, and we're still not seeing sperm in our mock case here. But a differential is done, and there's DNA results. Well, that first fraction that's designed to get the DNA from the non-sperm cells is a mixture. All the alleles of the victim, all of the alleles of suspect profile are observed. There's nothing missing, there's nothing extra. And we see, say, a 90% major, 10% minor, where the victim is the major. In that second fraction, it's consistent with the serology results. There's really no male DNA. There is no male DNA seen, and a little bit of the female DNA perhaps carrying over. So a report is issued on the serology results and some type of a DNA inclusions, and there's a star mix LR with a very big, impressive number. Now we're going to fast forward to court. And our friendly lab expert is pretty nervous, doesn't want to get involved in this controversy, this difficult subject, and wants to make sure he stays in his lane. So our prosecutor starts out by asking questions about the semen testing. And the expert says, well, we got a couple of positive tests, but we didn't see any sperm cells. Does this mean it could be semen? Well, yes, that's possible. Let's talk about the DNA results. Explains the mixture that was found, the 90-10 major minor. There's nothing extra. There's nothing missing. These two people are included. And there's a follow-up question. I love when attorneys say this. Just one last question. Do you find these kinds of results in female underwear after sex has occurred? And the expert says, yes, that's possible. So now it's time for the cross-examination. Our defense attorney comes in and starts out by attacking the serology tests because do they have false positives? And the expert says, well, yes, they have false positives. So it's possible this was not semen. The expert says, well, yes, that's possible. And this is what happens now in my experience. This is the first time where activity shows up at trial. The defense asks this question, is secondary transfer possible, or some similar question? And the expert says yes, but like this is complicated and there's a lot of factors to consider. Kind of hoping maybe there's no follow-up, but here's the follow-up. Can your DNA be on an item you've never even touched? And the expert says that's possible. And I don't know if this has happened to y'all before, but it's happened to me where the attorney hands a paper across and says, please read the stuff I've highlighted here. And the title of this paper starts out as Transfer of DNA Without Contact. And so the poor expert ends up reading these sections from the paper. DNA is frequently retrieved from no apparent biological stains. It may have come from one or more individuals who directly deposited or indirectly deposited the DNA of others. It's kind of background from the paper. The paper says this study investigated indirect DNA transfer without contact and reads kind of the punchline. DNA transfer frequently occurred at levels that often produced informative profiles. So the defense kind of got some information that certainly is different than what the prosecution got out of this witness and asked the question, well, this paper says informative profiles are observed from secondary transfer. So it's possible my client's DNA could be in the underwear by secondary transfer. Our poor expert here isn't quite sure how to handle this. So he remembers the NIST Human Factors report and gives an answer from that report and says it would be inappropriate and speculative for me to discuss why the DNA was detected, and hopes that's the end of the exchange. But the lawyer wants to know it's possible, right? So yes, it is possible. And finally sums up and says, they spent the evening together, so it's reasonable my client's DNA was on her hands and then transferred to her underwear, perhaps long after my client had left her apartment. And the expert realizes this is actually activity now and doesn't want any part of this and says, offering an opinion on this question would amount to speculating on what is alleged. It is not my role as a scientist to speculate about or determine what happened, which is another example answer from that document. But the defense doesn't stop and wants to know, is it possible? And the expert says yes. Okay, so let's interrupt this little scenario. When we argue about ALE as practitioners or as legal or as both, do we really stop and think about the jury? So we argue about protocols. Are there protocols? Is there a QA system? But those things kind of seem to be written for auditors in mind, not necessarily in how can the jury benefit from the analysis process. Should we, or how should we arguments tend to focus on legal issues, or, would another qualified expert use the same data sources or come to the same opinion or all that kind of stuff? Let's think about the poor jury in the testimony we just saw. What did they have to take away from what they just heard? Well, I would suggest they have it's possibly semen and it's possibly not semen. It's possibly from sex, possibly from secondary transfer, and There was no paper to support it's possibly from sex. There was a paper to support this secondary transfer. So did the expert do the jury's job for them? I think we would all agree the expert did not do the jury's job. But my question is, does the jury have enough information from the expert to do their job at all? Okay. We're going to have a parallel universe now with an expert who shows up kind of prepared. So same case, same lawyers, just a different expert, parallel universe here. So the expert starts out by reaching out to both sides as soon as they realize I'm supposed to go testify next week or in a couple of weeks on this case. And the only one that got back to them was the prosecutor, who promised them 5 minutes in the hallway before trial. So if y'all can give me a thumbs up if you think this would be a good exchange. I think most people don't have even this much interaction with their prosecutors, but here's somebody that promised to give 5 whole minutes pre-trial consultation. I think that's probably pretty normal in the US at least. So the expert wants to know, is there any chance this guy is vasectomized? And the prosecutor says, well, yeah, I mean, what's the big deal about that? Does that matter? And the poor expert's like, yeah, it matters. And the expert wants to know, are we sure they were actually together? I mean, is he saying I've never seen this woman before? Prosecutor says, no, that's not in dispute. They were together. There's no doubt about that. Oh, time's up. We got to go in there and put you on the witness stand. So here we go. It's the same prosecutor with a different expert. This expert tried to be prepared. So what were the results? Gives the same information. Does this mean it could be semen? And here comes this answer that's probabilistic based. In my opinion, these findings support the presence of semen more than some other body fluid. Moves on to DNA results, the same conversation from the expert. Just one last question. Do you find these positive serology results and male DNA in the underwear of a female after sex has happened? Now, let's say that they had just a little bit more of their conversation before going into the courtroom, and she tried to get him to ask some questions about activity because she figured that the defense was going to go there. And so she's answers kind of open-ended. Well, under some circumstances, yes, hoping that he's going to follow up. But again, this is my perspective of what I've observed. The prosecutor's got semen in the victim's underwear. The prosecutor has no interest in opening the door for some alternative situation to show up. So he's done, sits down, and now we've got the defense lawyer that has to come in and figure out how to handle all of this. The same attack on the serology tests. And the victim says yes, but the probability of 2 false positives of 2 separate tests on the same sample is much lower than one or the other being a false positive. But it's possible it's not semen. And the victim replied, or the witness replies by saying, well, he's vasectomized, so I don't expect to see sperm. So my opinion is that these findings are more likely if semen were present rather than some other biological source of that male DNA. And it moves on to the activity level by transfer, secondary transfer. And the expert says, well, possible just means it's impossible. But according to several publications, the chances of male DNA in female underwear is low if there's no sex. But your DNA can be on an item you've never touched. Of course, that's possible. But detecting that kind of touch DNA, if you will, on an item that already has a lot of DNA, like a female in her own underwear, that can be a real challenge to even detect that in the first place. And there was a major profile in this case in the underwear. And then it says the same thing. Please read from this paper. And the expert says, wait a second. I need to understand this paper a little bit. And maybe there's a short break and the expert has a chance to review the paper. And that same follow-up question that the paper says informative profiles are possible due to secondary transfer. And the victim says, I don't think this paper offers anything to this case. That study looked at clothing and pillowcases and towels that were used, and they shook them out on top of glass sheets that had been cleaned with bleach, and then they swabbed the glass And they called that indirect transfer if there was DNA there. I don't think the authors of that paper intended for this study to be applied to a case involving male DNA in the underwear of a female. Well, but it is possible, right? It's just Energizer Bunny here. Well, according to a study done in Ireland, finding a full male profile is not expected if there's been no sexual activity. We don't find results like this. Now, they did find Murphy and so on et al. Did some YSGR testing, and they got a full profile there. But in the type of technology in this case, they only found about a half a profile. And those profiles track back to their cohabitating male partners. When DNA from a non-partner or a non-cohabitating male was found, it was at best 7 to 8 alleles, and in 85% of the underwear, they didn't have enough DNA to even test in their study. There's a paper from the Netherlands that has similar findings. And let's contrast to this case where a full profile of the defendant was found who does not live with the victim, and they are not sexual partners, at least according to the victim. Here's that same final follow-up question about its reasonable secondary transfer from my client's DNA onto her hands, onto her underwear. In my opinion, the serology and DNA results in this case are more likely if sex occurred at the end of the evening than if they went out together but no sex occurred. And some transparency here. I'm considering that they went out. I'm considering the defendant's vasectomized, and I'm considering scientific literature that says finding a full defendant profile in underwear if no sex has happened is very unusual. But hey, I wasn't in the room. I don't know what happened. And I'm not giving my opinion about what I think took place. I'm giving my opinion on the findings, considering if sex occurred compared to if no sex occurred. So some final thoughts. Forensic DNA experts have knowledge the general public does not. Expert witnesses exist for this reason. I kind of have a unique, well, not unique, I have a perspective on this now that I've been teaching master's students for several years now. They come into our program not knowing very much about this issue or DNA in general, and they leave knowing much more. The general public that gets stuck with jury duty does not have this knowledge. The attorneys ask the questions, so I think they should get answers using expert scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge. I think it needs to be supported by data, and it's best if it's in a probabilistic form, even though 702 and 704 says the expert can just give their opinion. So here's what I think. I think experts need to set a very high bar. There's no excuse not to keep up with the literature. Now, there is one excuse. If there are any lab management type on this seminar, in this webinar, y'all need to understand that you need to subscribe to the journal articles. You need to give your staff dedicated time to learn and study and prepare summaries and debate and argue and understand what is in this literature. It needs to be an ongoing, never-ending preparation so that when the questions show up at court, you're not doing an evaluation on the stand. You are expressing the knowledge that you have worked hard to gain year in and year out, and then understand how to communicate that knowledge. What works in some systems well, like the formal approach, is not going to work so well in other systems, and I'm thinking specifically of the US. We do need to fit very good scientific principles within a highly adversarial, high cadence justice system, and we have to remember our ultimate customer. I don't think it's the other lawyer. I don't think it's the prosecutor. I don't think it's the investigator. I think our ultimate customer is your friends and relatives, the people that live across the street from you who don't work in a crime lab, and they're the ones that have jury duty. So thank you for your attention. I practiced and I was able to do it 3 minutes shorter, so I apologize, but I would be happy to take some questions.
Thanks very much, Tim. You have crept in just under time here, so I think we possibly have time for one question or one or two questions. So there is one in the Q&A. Isn't there a danger in the model-based approach for presenting to the jury that the activity level answers are not in fact opinion but have mathematical certainty? And I can continue on. An expert witness can testify to their opinion, but it is still an opinion, meaning that the statement is not a certainty at a mathematical level. Science is always subject to revision based on new data. By using a judgment-based approach, doesn't it give us the option to provide to the finder of fact that the results of the testing are subject to change based on new data?
Yeah, so I've actually had the opportunity to speak to 3 or 4 or 5 judges on this issue. And interestingly enough, their approach is if you come into my courtroom spouting papers and saying you think these findings are 127 times more likely given some option than some other option, I'm going to have a real hard time accepting that. They have said if you come in as an expert and say your opinion based on knowledge, training, skills, experience, reading the literature, doing experiments, the dedication of your craft, the application of your craft, I'll let you give your opinion. And like I said, most of the appellate decisions that uphold this kind of middle ground testimony, if you read the testimony bits that show up in the appellate decisions, all of it, almost all of it, is what we scientists would call the transposed conditional. But the courts like the fact that you gave an opinion. You didn't give a number that I don't think I'm number neutral. If we can do a number, let's do it. If a judge says, I don't want the number because that might give some appearance of accuracy or appearance of precision that I don't buy off as the judge, I don't think we need to give a number. But yes, we need to make this clear. This is my opinion. And neither activity is impossible to have made this evidence. But if we do the experiment 100 times this way and 100 times that way, I would expect to find results like this case more often in experiment A than in experiment B.
Great, thanks, Tim, for that. Perfect. I think we have, there's actually no more questions which have come through for you, Tim. So I think we can probably move on to our next presenter. If anyone does have some more questions for Tim, they can post them in the Q&A and he can answer them while the next person is presenting. So our next presenter today is Stephanie Opperman, and Steph is a lead senior scientist at the New Zealand Institute for Public Health and Forensic Science. And Steph is the chair of the Activity Level Reporting Project Working Group under ANSPAR-NIFS, which is an Australian New Zealand organisation, and is the lead in the team looking to implement ALR, or Activity Level Reporting, at PHF Science. Just bring up Stephanie's presentation. Steph, can you just grab control of that and make sure you can move the slides?
Okay, yep. You see that?
Yep, see that. Looks, seems to be working fine. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Nick. And you stole half of my introduction, so thank you. Yeah, I work down here in New Zealand. As you may gather from the accent, I've not always been here. I have over 20 years of casework and court experience as a forensic biologist. I have worked for PHF Science and previously ESR for the last 10 years. And I'm involved in quite a lot of research in this area as well. So I'm going to just start by apologising because I think as I go through, I may end up posing more questions than I answer. But I do feel that it's important that we're not only asking these questions, but trying as a forensic community to arrive at consistent and plausible solutions that everyone can adopt. So the contents of what I'm going to mostly cover are here in the evaluating DNA evidence. So what does it mean? Well, we're evaluating the likelihood of obtaining the DNA results under activity level propositions, usually competing propositions. And we do face a lot of newer challenges. As many have said, it's no longer about whose DNA, but how and when the DNA was deposited. And we do have much newer, more sensitive DNA technology, which poses some problems there. And so we have to consider the transfer, persistence, prevalence, and recovery of DNA as well. So should we be answering these questions? If we, the DNA experts, don't, then who should be? And how do we answer the questions? Well, carefully, but in a robust, transparent, balanced, and logical manner. Who can answer the questions? Well, that's the big question. But who should answer the questions? I would say those who have undergone sufficient training, DNA, transfer, persistence, prevalence, recovery, and where necessary in full evaluations. Where I refer to a full evaluation, I mean activity level evaluation that is carried out using Bayesian networks to give a numerical LR. And the way I see it, some may disagree, we have three possible options. We have the full evaluation, say nothing, or we have something in between. And most of us have already heard or read lots about these full evaluations. I want to mainly concentrate on the risks and possible solutions of the other two options. So saying nothing. There are some who think that DNA scientists should only be commenting on the resulting DNA correspondence and not anything more, including not commenting on how or when the DNA may have been deposited. But what are some of the risks of us, the scientists, as we've heard already this morning? We're the DNA experts. So what are the risks of us saying nothing to the courts regarding the possible transfer mechanisms of DNA? So I'm going to just start here with the definition of informed judgment. And an informed judgment is defined as an opinion or conclusion that we reach after carefully considering the facts, information, and relevant knowledge about a situation or subject. And so it's a decision or assessment that's based on a thorough understanding of the underlying details and circumstances, rather than guesswork or emotion alone. And so the question I'm going to ask now is, how can a jury of lay people understand the underlying details and circumstances affecting the TPPR of DNA if nobody explains it to them? We know why scientists may choose to say nothing. This could be the fear of overstating the evidence or misleading the court. We've already heard how this can happen. It also raises the question, who can evaluate or make sense of the DNA evidence and what this means in relation to the case? Is it left to the lawyers to make sometimes bold assumptions or statements about the DNA evidence and perhaps not consider or include all possible options when doing so? And is it left to the jury to make an uninformed decision? And what are the risks here? And we've likely all heard of the CSI effect, and this where jury members often have misconceptions due to dramatizations that they've seen on TV, or they expect more damning evidence, or can be of the opinion that if someone's DNA is present, then they must have been there and in turn committed the alleged crime. In many of these situations, unfortunately, by not saying anything regarding the possible mechanisms of DNA deposition by not commenting on persistence factors or through not providing any information regarding prevalence and recovery of DNA. We, the DNA experts, are leaving the fact finder to interpret this evidence, and decide on these aspects. These fact finders or jury members are often lay members of the public who may have little to no real scientific knowledge. And let's be honest, the extent of most people's knowledge of DNA comes down to what they hear or read in the media or TV. So let's just liken it to the construction of a kit brand IKEA type furniture. What would happen if when you went into the store and bought your piece of furniture, they gave you all the pieces without any building instructions, because they say they're the experts in making and selling the pieces, but not constructing the furniture? That's left for you as the customer. What would that mean for your final piece of furniture? So if we come back to the DNA, as the DNA experts, are we the ones who are better equipped to answer questions on DNA? But then what do we say? So short of the full activity level evaluation, which, to be fair, many have not done training or awareness in, what could or should we say? Is there a balance somewhere in the middle? So personally, unless a full evaluation of the data has been carried out in relation to the specifics of a case, I would say it's not advisable to discuss DNA transfer in relation to the matters of the case at hand. There are some who advocate that you could comment on transfer, persistence, prevalence and recovery, TPPR, in generalized terms, including here your expectations, but stating that they're not in relation to the specific transfer or contact scenarios in the matter before the courts. However, as voiced in a number of publications, casework experience is not a substitute for experimental data. So you need to be very careful what you're using to form your opinions. If you intend on using publications, data from publications during your testimony, it is advisable to make this known to all parties beforehand and have any opinions based on that data technically reviewed ahead of trial. We know from some of our own experiences that sometimes the jury can misinterpret our evidence, and that's why we have to make our opinions very clear. The use of words such as unlikely or likely without any qualifying factors can be very dangerous, especially when the jury view us, the experts in our field. So one example is the one shown here in relation to a mixed DNA profile that was found on a car door handle, where the scientist actually stated that they considered secondary transfer as being unlikely. This case ended up going to appeal, partly because of this DNA evidence. And we've probably all read numerous transcripts like this one, where an unqualified opinion of the scientist has resulted in the appeal or unoverturned conviction in a case. Remember, the jury are looking to us, the experts, for direction. And if we do overstate the evidence solely based on our opinion or experience and without any qualifying data, this can have dire consequences, not only for those involved in the case, but for the scientists giving evidence and the forensic provider that they represent. If you use a word such as unlikely, then how, if asked, do you qualify that if you've not based it on any data? Can you comment on the likelihood of results without the data? And what about the problems that we can and do encounter, some of which are relevant to the full evaluations also? And through some of the research and studies that have been carried out with juries, it's been shown that jurors can sometimes conflate possible and probable, leading to misunderstandings. In the literature, I've found many different publications talking about some of the wording and how this is construed by jury members. And in terms of a legal setting, possible refers to something that could happen, no matter how unlikely. It simply means an event or fact is within the realm of possibility, but does not speak to how likely it is. So if we're asked the question, is something possible? Is that really helping the matter? Probable is interpreted to mean that more likely than not. It indicates that based on the evidence, the event or fact is more likely to have occurred than not. Being presented when on the stand with a hypothetical proposition or pair of propositions can put the scientist into a difficult position. This can be difficult for the scientist to evaluate on the spot. We can also find the lawyers, as John talked earlier, presenting us with a comment or excerpt from a published paper, but all too often it's taken out of context. Conversely, scientists quoting single lines or excerpts from published literature can also be taken out of context. And then there is the question of which papers and which data to use, not only for full evaluations, but also when we wish to demonstrate our opinion. Most of the guidelines discuss relevant and suitable data, but finding robust and relevant data can be difficult when the results observed in different studies and/or publications might be very different. Another problem that we face, and one which is used as an argument for not carrying out any type of evaluation, is that in most cases the alternative proposition is not given in advance of trial or even sometimes at trial. And the last problem that I'm going to highlight is that the magnitude of the likelihood ratios encountered in a subsource or DNA correspondence case can be very different to the lower magnitude likelihood ratios we see for activity level evaluations. This can cause confusion with regards to the level of support, not just at court, but also within the forensic community. And yes, everyone is used to the large likelihood ratios we see for autosomal DNA correspondences, but at activity level, the likelihood ratios we see should, I think, serve as a warning to scientists who may be tempted to give an opinion based solely on experience. Okay, so are there any solutions to my many questions and all the questions out there? In my opinion, I think training is key. I think a lot of the misunderstandings come down to education and training for scientists, reading publications, of which we know there are many, training courses, both internal and external, and involve yourself in the research. Knowledge is imperative. But training for the legal community is also invaluable. As part of the implementation process for any activity level evaluation, the legal community should be educated to highlight both the benefits and limitations of these types of evaluations. Training for the legal community in the basics of DNA transfer and persistence could also be a way forward. Having any relevant discussions ahead of trial, we've heard about this already. These can be beneficial, and it can also highlight some of the limitations. And peer-reviewed responses ahead of trial also helpful. The ability to go away during the trial and complete a peer-reviewed response. It's not generally encountered, but can on occasion be done. Allow experts to discuss their expectations given differing case circumstances, not necessarily specific to the case at hand, but more around the general TPPR of DNA. But I think we will always come back to this full activity level evaluation, or whatever we want to call it. It cannot be done for all cases. It's not feasible for every case. It takes a lot of time, as we've already heard, not just to do the case, but for staff to be trained, for the processes to be implemented. We know that there are many limitations, but I think we also need to realise that there are benefits too. And I think that we should be focusing on these benefits and limitations as a community. I've expressed my opinions. I think that, as well as raising many questions, now, much like a Bayesian network, is the time for labs to go away and consider their options. And each lab, state, jurisdiction must manage these decisions in a robust and logical manner, with a consistent approach for all staff. And I really do think that the forensic community need to make some of these decisions on a consistent way forward. And I'm going to end there.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much, Stephanie. You actually have finished bang on time, so we do have some time for some questions and discussion about this. So I see in your presentation that you emphasize the fact that scientists or analysts need to be trained in this really well. So there was a question posed by Tiffany. Am I understanding that PHF scientists who evaluate at the subsource would not be qualified to give opinions about the evaluation of genetic findings given proposed activities and reports, or on the witness stand without more training and formal education? So I think you could probably speak to the training which is currently being done at PHF Science.
Yes, thanks, Nick, and thanks, Tiffany. Yes, we have a small group here who are currently looking to implement the full activity level evaluations. Within that team, there are 3 of us, myself and Nick included, who have done the Lausanne course. And we're working with others also in training them around these areas. But as a whole, the forensic biology team, we're also looking at further transfer and persistence type training that all reporting scientists would need to undergo. And we've not arrived at the answer yet for whether or not there's something in between. As I say, we are looking at implementing the full activity level evaluations. But as we've seen with some of the slides previously in the pyramids, we know that there's only a very few cases where these full evaluations can feasibly be carried out. So we are talking through how and who could answer those questions in between. But I think we need to be approaching them all in a very logical manner. We need to be looking at the data that's out there, and we definitely shouldn't be solely relying on our opinion based on how many cases we've seen or worked on, especially because with the casework aspect, we don't ever know that ground truth. And so how can we rely on our expert opinion based on cases where we don't have all of the information? So yeah, we need to be relying on that data and using that as we work forward in a combined effort to better inform the justice system. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Steph. And what length or type of training do you think is required to carry out these types of evaluations?
I don't think that it's a all-in-one package. You do a course and next day off you go. You can start doing a full evaluation and presenting it in court. As many people who have maybe done any types of these Lausanne course or similar courses and workshops would know, it's not necessarily straightforward to construct a Bayesian network and find the relevant data to populate it. So it's a bit like how long is a piece of string. Each lab has to decide on what the best training is for them. It's a lengthy process, we've found, and we know that a lot of other labs that we're talking to find that as well. So where we have 3 Lausanne graduates in our team who are working towards this, we also have 4 or 5 individuals who have not undergone the same amount of training. And as a group, we're working together, we're working through case examples, we are reading the relevant literature, and we are engaging students in those studies to try and fill some of those gaps in the knowledge that's out there. I don't think there's a cookie cutter, one size fits all, and different jurisdictions or states will have different requirements for their accreditation as well, what they can and can't do. From a training perspective, as part of the ANSPA-NIF's project working group that I chair, we've been working with South Australia, with Duncan Taylor's team, and one of our other high considerations is training for the stakeholders. As I briefly alluded to before, we think that it's highly important that we are delivering training on the benefits and limitations of these types of evaluation to the people who need to know. And we see that as being the courts, lawyers, both defence and prosecution, as well as police, and yeah, so I think training for numerous people is really important.
Perfect. Thank you, Steph. I don't think we have any more questions coming through on the chat or in the Q&A. So I think it might be actually a good time to take a brief 4 or 5 minute break. So everyone can go grab a coffee if they would like, before we start with our Australian presenters. So if everyone wants to come back in a few minutes, we can resume. Thanks very much. Hi, welcome back, everyone. I think we'll make a start. We'll resume, should I say. So our next speaker is Natalie Peterson. And Natalie is a biologist employed as a principal caseworker with the Victoria Police Forensic Services Department in Australia. Nat has worked with the DNA Interpretation and Statistics Advisory Group, which is responsible for training of staff and the oversight of validation and implementation of new DNA interpretation reporting. She was part of a team that revised their lab's approach to reporting on evaluations of biological evidence given activity level propositions in the absence of Bayesian networks. And today, Natalie is going to be talking to us about her lab's experience on their approach to activity level evaluation and an update on their current validation to introduce numerical reporting. So Nat.
Thank you, Nick. I'm hoping everyone can hear me. I'll just attempt to take control. Okay, hopefully that has worked.
Yes, we can hear and see you, Nat. Perfect.
Excellent. Perfect, thank you. So I think my talk follows on well from Steph's. We were in a position about 4 to 5 years ago where we had to make some decisions and essentially changed the way we were presenting DNA TPPR evidence and implemented activity level evaluations in our laboratory. So my talk's really just going to go through what that looked like for us, how we went about that, what our experience have been to date, and what we're going to do next. So a little bit of background to our lab I thought I'd start with. We've got a fairly strong history of DNA TPPR research, way back to the 90s when we've had Max Jones and Roland Van Elschot looking into recovering DNA from touched items. And we're lucky enough still to have Roland and Max both working here. Many of our serious crime court reporting biologists have studied either at the undergraduate or postgraduate level in this area, and many are still doing research in this area and have published. When it comes to casework, all of our serious crime cases in biology are vetted by court reporting biologists. So we follow a case acceptance rejection model based on the information that we receive at the time. And those court reporting biologists will set the examination strategy. So they'll decide if a case is wholly accepted or rejected, if certain items are accepted or rejected, and then set the examination and sampling strategies. So these biologists also report on all aspects of the case. Our examination staff in biology don't produce separate reports. And our court reporting biologists also attend crime scenes, so to examine for semen and blood, and including advanced blood stain pattern analysis. Now, I say this not just for curiosity to see what our lab does, but I think it's really important to take into consideration your laboratory's workflow, your resourcing, casework pressures, because it's all going to influence your ability to actually implement activity level evaluations and determine to what extent you're going to do that, and potentially if you're going to do it at all, which is also a valid option that your lab might not be in a position to ever implement this approach, but you'll still need to be aware of the issues around activity level to be able to answer those questions appropriately in court. I won't focus on it today, but I just wanted to mention in the area of advanced BPA analysis, which is inherently a question around contested activities, we have made some moves to move to evaluative reporting in that space as well under the guidance of Mark Glatley and Erin Perry, but I won't talk about that more today. So what am I talking about today? This is just a rough timeline. So probably we've always been answering questions like everybody on DNA TPPR at court, issues around transfer and sometimes answering them well, probably sometimes not. But probably 2017 was the first formal reference we made to activity level within our methodology. So it was a really simple and quick reference we made in our source level reporting method. We just added a simple section in there to reference the NFSI guidelines and to remind people if they're going to be given opinions on the results in the case, considering activities that they shouldn't be transposing the conditional. And beyond that, it really just referred to NFSI for more guidelines. There wasn't a lot more guidance we gave to reporting officers on how to actually phrase that opinion. In 2019, obviously, the world of activity was becoming very prominent, and we through some collaborations at a national level, the University of Lausanne structured a course, modified their existing course so that a number of us around Australia and New Zealand could participate in this course. And I was lucky enough to be one of 2 people that commenced training with Lausanne in 2019. Over the course of 2019 to 2020, there was actually an external review into admissibility challenges in general in Australia. And one of the cases that came about, brought our attention in that review was around DNA TPPR in Victoria. So that prompted our laboratory to initiate an internal review of all the written reports that have specifically addressed issues around DNA TPPR or the results in the context of contested activities. In 2020, 2 additional staff commenced the Lausanne course. In 2021, we developed a new method and some new training material around DNA TPPR evidence and activity level evaluations. And from 2021 to 2025, we've been reporting activity level evaluations. So that's just a bit of a summary of what we were doing. I will point out the rather fun timeline we were working in from 2020 to 2021, straight bang in the middle of COVID, where we had split shifts, and actually myself and the other person who had commenced training in Lausanne were actually in 2 separate shifts, and for a lot of 2020 did not see much of each other. So that brought its own challenges in trying to deal with implementing this new approach to activity level evaluation. So what was this internal review? So what we did was we had to try and find these reports that were being issued. We asked all of our court reporting scientists to self-nominate reports where they had mentioned DNA TPPR or had answered questions at the activity level that were posed to them by either prosecution or other interested parties in the case. Where available, they also got the transcripts for those cases. So all of those were reviewed internally to see what people were doing and how much consistency there was. There were a number of problems discovered through that process. Sometimes there was a lack of balance. So if you were answering a question specifically posed by a prosecution member of the court, for example, often they're asking questions of an absence of evidence. And if, for example, penetration with ejaculation had happened, what are the reasons why you might not have seen sperm in this case? And the scientist was doing a good job of answering that question, but didn't necessarily put in the alternative explanation of the results, which is that perhaps you're not seeing sperm because the event didn't take place. So we had other issues around some transposing of the conditional, sometimes overstating the evidence, and sometimes just providing no real value to the court, just listing that all things were possible. So alongside that, we also were doing our in-house training mock courts and finding variation in what the different scientists were prepared to say in those mock courts. Some were very confident, some were saying nothing at all, and yeah, just a more variation than we were hoping to see amongst our scientists that were all getting the equivalent training. So it definitely identified that we needed a clearer direction on how to give DNA TPPR evidence. So we had to make a decision on how to do that. As Steph said, this slide should look quite familiar. We could have gone with introducing full evaluation with Bayesian networks. The problem we had with moving straight away to that approach is the validation requirements of doing that. Bayesian networks, reporting with Bayesian networks wouldn't have been within scope of our current accreditation. So we would have had to have added that to scope to do that. And we only had 2 trained staff at that point in time. So it was a lot of load on those 2 staff, considering we weren't quite sure what the demand would be. Our second option would obviously be to say nothing. So to actually get everybody who was currently giving evidence to say, we can't comment at all on how these results might have been obtained given different activities. So we'd be stopping assisting the court with understanding the limitations of the evidence really in a lot of ways that Steph has already detailed, and essentially saying that every outcome is possible under all those different explanations without really commenting at all on the probability. For me, I didn't think the second one was an option, and that was the collective opinion of our group, that it's important the court has some guidance, especially when subsource LLs have already been reported with enormous numbers, that doesn't necessarily mean anything if nobody's contesting where the DNA came from. So in the absence of that information, they could potentially make unsupported inferences about the weight of evidence with respect to activities. So our third option was to sort of compromise and do something in between. So we could appropriately utilise the knowledge and experience of all our experts and provide a clear and consistent direction to our courts on what the evidence did and didn't mean. So how do we go about doing that? So one thing we did was develop a method. So obviously our approach of having just a small section within our general subsource LR reporting method wasn't doing the job because people were reporting things very differently. We sourced material from South Australia who'd already introduced activity level evaluations and had discussions with the instructors of the Lausanne course, because we weren't looking to reinvent the wheel here. We wanted to develop something that was in line with best practice and not deviate our practices from other people doing activity level evaluations significantly. What was I going to add there? So I just wanted to add full disclosure, this wasn't an easy process. I wasn't convinced at the start that we really needed an independent method for doing these evaluations, because in my opinion, we were following the MCC guidelines fairly closely, and that was all I needed as someone trained in doing these evaluations. I think I was wrong. I think having your interpretation of the MCC guidelines, or what are the guidelines you're following to do activity level evaluations, is really important. It's transparent for the court to see how you're applying that in your laboratory, and it helped our other staff to understand how it is we're doing these evaluations. Sorry, I just trying to move on. Sorry, I just have to, there we go. We also developed, sorry, I'll just go back to the Bruce. So we also developed acceptance procedures and reporting templates alongside that method so that we had some consistent reporting practices. Alongside that, we also developed an annexure as part of a centre-wide approach to develop these documents that are standalone documents that get attached to each of our report. And they define the fundamental principles, the methodology as we apply it, and additional considerations. So disclosure of any limitations, recognised disagreements in the field or error rates, and anything additional to that that's specific to that case will be contained within the case report itself. So I've just included a link there for anybody who's interested. This documents our centre-wide approach to these annexures that have been developed under the guidance of Kay Ballantyne, our Chief Forensic Scientist. So they're actually really informative documents. They're not a brief summary. The activity level annexure itself is around 12 pages long. And that's fine for us. So for those of us who are authorised in performing these activity level evaluations, but what about everyone else who's not? We had to make a decision on where we drew the line between what people could and couldn't say. Our court reporting biologists have an expert knowledge on DNA TPPR. That knowledge will inform their expectations, which in turn informs their case and item acceptance and their sampling strategy. And they need to be able to discuss that at court, why they've examined certain items, why they haven't examined certain items. And it's important for them to be able to draw on that knowledge. It's not practical for us to train everybody through the Lausanne course, and it's costly as well and timely. So we can't do that. So we need to come up with some sort of distinction that allows for those scientists to use their knowledge and make general comments on expected outcomes while leaving the probabilistic evaluation of the results in a case context to those who are appropriately authorised to do so. So how do we decide to do this? We developed a training unit essentially with 3 levels. So an awareness, a knowledge, and a reporting level. You could alternatively call the reporting level evaluation. So just going through each of these units. The first one is awareness. It's a fairly basic introduction. It's designed for our examination staff, those who aren't making independent decisions about what's being done in that case, but are operating under the instruction of others. So it just gives them a basic understanding of why they're being asked to do certain things. And it's a good underpinning for the training they do in contamination minimisation practices. So the next level up is our knowledge level. And this is what all of our courts reporting scientists will undergo, the training at this level. And you can, I don't know how well you can read my slides, given I had to try and expand them onto this page. But generally they're expected to be able to explain DNA TPPR to lay audiences, to understand all the factors that affect DNA TPPR, how that's influences their sampling strategies, and understand how it affects the type of profiles that are generated. They also are expected to present that general TPPR information in court without giving evidence on activity level assessments for a case, but have a general awareness of what's happening in the activity level evaluations. So the reason it's really important they do is because we include this caveat in every one of our subsource level reports, just stating the evaluations performed do not consider the activity that resulted in the deposition of DNA, and therefore the opinions and statistical weightings provided in this statement should not be used to infer support for specific activities. And then we've added an evaluation of the results contested activities is not routinely performed and is only possible if sufficient case information and data is available. We wanted to sort of make reference to the fact that we could do an activity level evaluation, but also not oversell it, because we know in a lot of cases we simply can't proceed with the evaluation. There's not enough information or there's not enough data to do so. And our final level is for those of us, there's 4 of us, who are authorised to report full evaluative activity level evaluations, and it just details each of those steps in regards to setting propositions, all the training we receive through Lisanne that we can apply in these cases. We do have an option, we did at the time, to have an alternative to doing Lisanne. That hasn't played out and likely probably won't, given the caseload we've had to date. But it remains an option that if we wanted to continue with this approach, we could have done internal training, we believe, to get people up to the standard of being able to do these evaluations, but we have not done that to date. So what have we done to date? So we've used it in about 11 cases, the full activity level evaluation. So not a heap, but the reason for that, I think, is largely we reject probably way more than we actually accept. There's very few cases on the whole that we're asked to actually look at that we'll actually think there is sufficient information in there that we can set reasonable propositions, we can make the appropriate assumptions, and we can source relevant data. So, and I think, yeah, it's unlikely we'll ever do a lot, like others have said. They're usually just a few per year potentially. That this might change over time, but at the moment I'm not expecting it to be a huge number of cases we do, but each of those cases does take a significant amount of time. So out of those cases, some of them we don't know what happened to them, as always happens with some court cases, you don't know the end result. Some have resulted in guilty pleas. We've had 6 that have resulted in court testimony. So all have involved defence experts or significant challenge. They've all been pre-trial hearings, so we've actually had nothing that's gone before a jury to date. And we've had variable outcomes. So we've had some that have been fully accepted. We've had some that have been withdrawn by the prosecution after considerable cross-examination and debate. A judge made a comment of viewing the science as embryonic and was critical of small sample sizes. We've had some that have been partly rejected or wholly rejected. One of my cases was rejected on the basis that only partway through giving my evidence, I found out that the information I'd relied upon to form my propositions was actually not agreed to by the defence. So it was a nice learning curve for me. I thought I'd conveyed that accurately, and despite all the caveats in my statement to say that if information changes, then need to reevaluate, it wasn't told to me that they did not agree to those propositions, so that became an irrelevant evaluation, which is fair. We're still at 2 that are active before the courts. So I think the one thing to sort of take away from this is that even when you do an activity level evaluation, it's up to the court to decide what they want to do with that information. So in some of these cases, they actually went ahead and presented the subsource level LRs with an accompanying comment to say that nothing could be said about how the DNA came to be there. So ultimately, it's the court's decision to listen to our evidence, listen to any opposing evidence through a defence expert, and make a decision on what they're going to present to the jury. This is just an example. I just thought I'd include a couple of little bits of testimony of mine. Despite best preparation, sometimes you can find that it's the things you don't prepare for, they ask you a question about. One of my cases, I had rejected certain studies that I didn't think were suitable for what I was doing in that particular evaluation. But because in our case files, we keep thorough notes on what we've done, they were included in my notes to say that for the following reasons, I'm not using this particular study, even though I'd read it. And so I had to answer questions as to why I didn't think that particular study was helpful in this case. I also had a question about, and you're dealing with lay audiences, like how much is 250 microliters? And for this defence expert, they thought it would be an absolutely microscopic amount of material, something they couldn't see. But at least I was reasonably well prepared for that one, and I was able to equate it to 5 raindrops. So overall, what have been our challenges in dealing with the evidence in this way? I think the main challenge we have is using a non-numerical approach and a rather simple approach to evaluating the findings in our case means we can't do very well multiple item cases or complex scenarios. We really think the best way to go about doing those is through the Bayesian network approach, because you can sort of model those dependencies, and if we've got results that potentially contradict one another, we just can't explain those well using the simplistic approach we're currently using. And I think our biggest problem is the lack of a numerical weighting. Even though there is debate about whether that's actually required, we found it really difficult. And I think one of the reasons we found it difficult is we're a laboratory that will present every LR that we obtain at the subsource level. So some laboratories I know won't do that, but if our evidence is that it's an LR of 3, then we will present the LR of 3. So our courts are very used to hearing numbers associated with our evidence and are not favourable to not hearing the numbers with these particular evaluations. One judge was asking me, really pushing me for an answer. I said, well, I suppose the best I could offer would be that it would be at least twice as likely, because my reasoning for that is if it was an LR of 1, it would be neutral. So the next step up from that would be an LR of 2. And that's the best I could offer, and that's probably not terribly helpful to the court. So in light of those challenges and limitations, what's next for us? We're going to be proceeding with validating the evaluation of results using Bayesian networks. Our key focus there is actually establishing the variation that we see between our 4 experts. So we'll be using we've already developed the methodology for using Bayesian networks, again, leaning on the expertise of our neighbours over in South Australia with Duncan and Luke. And our key focus is just looking at if we're using the same case and independently going away and evaluating that particular case, the results in that case, how different are our weighted opinions going to be? How different are those numbers that we're coming up with? So the answers to that will inform any changes to our methodology. And we're partway through that process. So we're aiming to have that completed by the end of 2025, ready for an accreditation that should say and implementation in early 2026, fingers crossed, because that will involve us having to add this new feature of using this new software to the scope, which means we have to be accredited to use that. And even beyond that, what were we looking at into the future? So ongoing education of our stakeholders is really important to us. We've already started doing that, but we'll require even more once we introduce this new approach to evaluating the findings. We need to monitor the impact and the outcomes of our activity level evaluations in court. As I said, we haven't had a jury hear this evidence yet, and hopefully into the future we will, but we need to figure out, is it actually being helpful, which I think is a question somebody posed earlier. The answer is we just don't know, particularly in Victoria. So hopefully we can start monitoring those outcomes. We need to monitor our demand versus capacity to see whether we need to train additional people if the demand increases. We need to have a look into proficiency and ongoing competencies. That's an area that's always been challenging with complex DNA, and even more so when it comes to evaluating evidence at the activity level. And the next step is we want to look at doing inter-laboratory reviews. So using our neighbours, particularly in South Australia, if we can. We've had issues in the past at subsource level of deviating practices in interpretation and reporting, and we really don't want to see that happen with this new area of activity level evaluation. So making sure that we're on the same page and doing things in a consistent manner is really important to us. And last slide is just questions. You're welcome to emailing me if you're not comfortable asking questions in this environment, or just want to follow up on something at a later date. And just, yeah, I have been awake since 2 a.m, so potentially I've not explained something well, so please follow up if you need to. And that is it from me.
Great, thanks, Nat. Excellent presentation on Victoria's current state of implementation for activity level reporting. I think it's really useful for labs who are considering implementing activity level reporting to hear about some of the challenges which labs have encountered along the way. But I also did note that it seems that you guys have a really detailed training plan in place for your analysts in this regard. So really good.
We
So
do.
yeah, so there are a couple of questions which have just come through on the chat, and we do have a couple of minutes for questions. So what is the case criteria for doing a full evaluation?
So we do have a procedure around it. It has to be approved by our group manager to start to do the evaluation. It has to have been examined by one of our 4 analysts to make sure it's appropriate to do. It has enough information in the case. We generally won't do general crime cases. I don't know what other people refer to them as, but you know, burglaries and theft of motor vehicle cases. And we generally exclude cases that involve generally drug cases, because we find that the information in those cases is typically scarce, and there's multiple transfer mechanisms that need to be considered, to the point that the evidence is usually not much use in differentiating between propositions, so they're generally excluded. But yeah, it's a complex process of really looking at the case on its merits to see what's available in that case and whether we can do the evaluation, and getting that approval to do it, because it is an onerous process, so we won't actually go forward and just do them without approval from the group manager.
Perfect, thanks. And so there's another question here related to training. Has training at levels A and B shown noticeable improvements in decisions about evidence items accepted for testing and selection of DNA samples?
Yeah, so we haven't done a formal sort of assessment of that process, but anecdotally speaking to all of our court reporting scientists, there is I think a huge relief in that they've got some real guidance on what they can and can't say in court. I think from my experience of speaking to those things, I think everyone's very aware of what the difference is between what they can say in terms of general comments and what we can say in terms of when we've done a full probabilistic evaluation. So anecdotally, yes, I think it's improved a lot, and I think it's improved the consistency in what people are saying, but we haven't done a sort of formal review of that.
Great, thank you. Have you evaluated any cases with individuals who were excluded from the evidence using ALE?
So absence of evidence cases. We haven't done one, I think, formally as an evaluation. There has been one where we were asked to look into that, and we've just done it as a formal response to an email, just sort of saying, look, in this case, we think the results would favour this, we can proceed with the evaluation. I don't think we've actually done one where we've actually gone ahead and done the evaluation.
Great, thank you. And one more chat from Carol. Are you able to share your training plans?
Potentially. I'd have to ask the bosses if what I'm allowed to share and not share, but I can ask that question. So yeah, if you want to send me an email if you're interested, and I can ask that question. I know there is a national group working on in Australia and New Zealand working on trying to create some uniformity in our training, and they've got some information as well. So yeah, I'm not sure what the best place to share it from is, but if you want to email me, I can ask the question.
Perfect. Thanks, Nat. I think we can probably move on to our last speaker of the day. So our last speaker is Dr. Duncan Taylor, and Duncan is the Chief Scientist of Forensic Statistics at Forensic Science South Australia. And in his role, he has worked on cases for both the prosecution and the defence, and has also testified around Australia. Duncan was the first to implement a service for evaluating biology observations given activity level propositions in Australia, and has since assisted other laboratories towards the same goal. Today, Duncan's talk is Duncan is going to cover some of the basic concepts for carrying out evaluations given activity level propositions, and Forensic Science South Australia's journey into activity level reporting.
Thank you for that, Nick. I'm assuming you can all see my slides here, and if I try to progress forward, that's worked.
Yep, can see you, hear you, Duncan, and your slides are progressing. Perfect.
Great. Then I'll kick off. So, as Nick said, I work in South Australia, and we implemented activity level evaluation service in 2017. So I'm going to, in my presentation here, steer clear of the more controversial should we be doing it, and I'm going to be sticking more to how we did it and why we did it in our particular lab, with hopefully providing some useful information for those laboratories that are interested in sort of progressing towards that ultimate goal themselves. So start with why did we do it? So apart from the fact that this, obviously, and as you've heard over the morning, it's a really powerful tool that shows the significance of DNA results and what they might mean in a wider case context. We found, and lots of labs will have the same sort of experience, that this is where all the questions are coming from in court. So perhaps 10 or 15 years ago, the majority of questions that we were getting in court were around the method of DNA profile evaluation, and there's periods of time that are referred to as the DNA wars that were that's where courts were focusing a lot of their questioning. It's very much shifted away from that and is now into activity level issues. And we did a small data capture over 2022 to see from all the analysts that went to court in South Australia across that time, what were the issues that they were being questioned about. And you can see there's a range of issues there around transfer persistence, assigning number of contributors to the profile, contamination, use of databases, familial searching, and so on. But what I want you to note from that graph is the orange highlighted bars, which are really the ones that relate to activity level issues, and they were making up around 2/3 of the questions that we were getting. So there's obviously an interest in being able to assist the court in understanding some of the factors around these questions, and we decided to move down the route of introducing formal activity level evaluations. And Lynn mentioned earlier in her talk about perhaps one pathway for introducing activity level evaluations is through sort of the appeal process. So I thought I'd put in just a few quick slides to show that there's been a number of cases where we have not formally carried out the evaluation for an appeal process, but after the trial has concluded, we've carried out an activity level evaluation on the evidence, because within that trial there was some interesting occurrence, or there was some controversy around the DNA results, or there was some interesting aspect to the results of the questioning. So I'll just quickly put 3 examples up. One is the case of Drummond, who you see on the screen there, who was accused of attempting to kidnap a girl off the side of the road. And in this particular case, it was quite interesting because the DNA evidence itself was exclusionary, as in they tested both his clothing and the victim's clothing, and there was no instance of cross transfer of DNA whatsoever. They were both excluded from each other's clothing. He was convicted nonetheless, but then later on appeal was exonerated. And so we thought it would be interesting to do an evaluation of, had you actually done an activity level evaluation, what would it have shown in this case? And there's a paper there that goes through that. There's another case here which is quite famous in South Australia. It's a Louise Bell trial. This was a cold case where a girl was abducted from her bedroom, and the person who was accused put forward quite a detailed explanation for why their DNA may have been on a particular item. That raised a lot of interesting questions about how you track these complex DNA transfer events within an evaluation or within a Bayesian network. And so we approached that problem and published the paper that you see on the screen there. Again, I'm not going to go through any great details. People that are interested can get the paper and have a look. And the third example is just an example of an arson case in South Australia where a woman was charged with trying to burn down a shopping centre, starting in a public bathroom. And that had quite interesting properties in that they were talking about DNA transferring, shedding from someone into their environment. And so raised some interesting activity level issues and activity level transfer pathways. And in particular, there was the presence of unknown DNA that was important in this case. And so there's another publication there where we carried out a full evaluation and specifically concentrated on that aspect. And these are really valuable exercises to go through. I would certainly recommend anyone that's wanting to implement an activity level evaluation service, if you can find several cases that have been through court and you have a full understanding of what prosecution and defense were saying, and try to evaluate the case with all of that information, you reveal a lot of small sort of wrinkles in the process along the way that you'll need to iron out, and it's very informative. Okay, but onto a journey more broadly. So those that have started down this pathway, or really anyone that's done validations before, will know that there's sometimes a big gap between having something validated, having a piece of equipment tested and validated, or in this case, a process like activity level evaluations, and it actually being implemented in forensic casework use. There's lots of, I guess, steps and processes and training and so on that has to happen between validation and implementation. So that's sort of what I'm going to go through largely in my talk today, our journey to implementation, and how it fits within our wider group, and sort of a bit about the stakeholder education that we went through. So it started for us, or for me, in 2014 at a conference workshop that was about exploring the ways to report DNA findings given activity level propositions. When I went to that workshop and they were talking about the process, I sort of fell in love with the idea from the start, and thought that this was definitely the way that I could see the future going. And so the next year I enrolled in their Lisan 18-month forensic evaluation course, and 2 years later is when we went live with these types of evaluations. So obviously a lot happened between 2015 and 2017, other than just training, which I'll go through in a minute. In 2019, we had a second person come on board. That was Luke, who you've heard mentioned a few times today. And really over the past 5 or 6 years, Luke and I have been the two-person team in South Australia that have been doing all the activity level evaluations. So it's only a really small team. And you've heard already that from John that we've done about 40 cases over the course of that time. There are advantages and disadvantages to having a small team. Obviously, when you have a small team, you're quite insulated. You don't have a great diversity of opinions, and also you don't have a great capacity to do many cases. But the advantage, I suppose, and this is something we've found has occurred, is that you can be very agile to respond to literature that's published talking about the latest way. You can investigate things and implement new variants of something very quickly because there's only two of you to sort of train and work through something. So as a result of that, in South Australia, we have become quite advanced with the use of Bayesian networks, and you'll see a little bit later on what we actually do with them and how we evaluate cases. And also we have a third person who's going to be coming on board pretty soon. That's Jack Reiter, and he will be completing the course this year and starting next year. So we will have increased our capacity by 50% by the beginning of next year. Okay, some of that material, or some of the activities that went on in that 2-year process between sort of training and implementation. And one thing that I want to emphasize as being really important is presentations and disseminating information to a whole bunch of different communities and forums. So obviously we gave a lot of information to presentations to stakeholders. We gave presentations to prosecution, defense bar. We gave presentations to the executive of the Attorney General's Department and judges. We've talked at sort of open public forums, so Open State SA, Innocence panel discussions, public presentation nights of our local forensic conference branch, and also presented at conferences and given workshops about activity level evaluations. For a number of years now, we've also been lecturing. There's a series of lectures that we give at our local university to forensic students, so that we start building up the knowledge of these things in the students that are learning about forensic science. So by the time they come to work in the forensic institution, they already have this sort of mindset and knowledge within them. And then, of course, there's a whole number of one-on-one talks with police and lawyers and reporters and scientists and so on. Again, just to generally educate people about what we're trying to do and how it works and what its aims are. And not only us just disseminating information to these people, but also taking on board what they have to say and their comments and their thoughts and their concerns, and then trying to build that into what we do. In 2019, we were formally accredited, and I've got the picture of the accreditation letter there on the right. It's to Christopher Pearman, who was our director at the time. Our accreditation body is NATA, the National Association of Testing Authorities, and they found an off-site accreditor who is experienced in the field of activity level evaluation to carry out an evaluation or to assess our standard operating procedures and our protocols. So this came just before Christmas, 24th of December, and it was like a nice early Christmas present. But you will note, because we implemented this activity level evaluation in 2017, there was a period of 2 years where we were putting out reports not accredited. So there had to be caveats on those reports saying that it was not yet an accredited service. Just for interest, these are the types of cases and the people who receive them. So on the left, we have the recipients of the reports. It has largely been prosecution. There have been some requests that come, or some reports directly for police, some for defence. We've done an innocence project case, and we've done a case for a judge. That's in an international inquisitorial type system. That was for the Netherlands. I will say that that graph is not quite representative of the types of the reasons that we're doing these reports. So a lot of those prosecution cases, whilst they're reports for prosecution, they've been done because defence have raised concerns or queries about DNA transfer and what's possible, and sort of asked for that to be evaluated. That's gone through the prosecutor and then come to us, and then so we've responded to the prosecutor, and the report's been obviously disseminated back to defence. So also that's a really high prosecution bar that you see on the left there. A good portion of those actually arise because of a defence request coming through prosecution. We also tally up how many or what types of cases, as you see on the right. The vast majority that we work on are sexual assault cases. Like Nat was saying in the last presentation, criteria, the types of cases that we'll accept, usually they have to be what's called major indictable or serious offences, and usually sexual assaults tend to lend themselves the best to active level evaluation cases. But we do have some other cases, firearms, assaults, homicides, and drug possession, but they're rarer. Speaking to people that have received these reports, they tend to find them useful, but don't usually use them in trials. We've put out about 40 of these reports now, and we've only been to court once, and this was in a lower level Australian court called the Magistrates Court. That's a court that has no jury, and it's sort of a more informal court than our I guess major courts, district courts, Supreme Courts. So it wasn't a really good test of the system. We haven't had a really good test yet of a activity level evaluation or a report in a higher level court. I'll just also make one note that I have had to testify to the use of Bayesian nets or networks in court before, but that wasn't an activity level evaluation. That was using a Bayes net for something else. But I mention it because there was a defence expert who was specifically challenging Bayes nets themselves and was challenging our validation of those Bayes nets. So it was sort of then used as evidence because that was my testimony was accepted, and that was used as evidence for being able to do activity level evaluations using that software. We feel like, and through discussions, we sort of find that our reports are often used outside of court, and that's one of the reasons that they're not used in the trial themselves. We've had several cases where we report directly to defence, and as a result of that report, the case is either then doesn't proceed to court, or that has caused police or prosecution to request additional work to clarify certain things. We've had 2 cases where activity level reports were deliberately not led, so there's a choice not to lead them. One of these was where the prosecutor felt that I'd made assumptions in the report, and this was as a result of there being no comment from defence, and this was imposing a case on them, and that wouldn't be acceptable. So that was a good learning experience for me, and this sort of echoes some of the comments in a recent paper by Ted Hunt, which is really good and talks about the admissibility of activity level evaluations. And so I think there's a body of work within that space to look at how we can focus or aim these activity level evaluations in a way that is acceptable in court. And so that's a future project for me to sort of pursue with some of our local legal people. And then we've had one case where the judge ruled it inadmissible for the reasons of it being too Bayesian, which was just a frustrating experience. I wasn't able to testify or plead my case at all in that instance. Okay, we've had a whole bunch of standard operating procedures developed. I'm not going to go through each of these. There's general ones about doing activity level reports. There's procedures to do with training, error rates, checklists, templates for reports, validation of software, and so on. We still need to develop a bunch of standard operating procedures, and this is, and want to implement active level evaluation, particularly at the moment. What I'm finding is that it's a constant learning process. It's a constant moving bar, and you're constantly improving the way you do things. So we do things in our evaluations now that we want to make more formalized and standardized. And so we have the current requirement to draw up some standard operating procedures about using object-oriented Bayesian networks, working with DNA mounts and evaluations and so on. So we have, over the past year, moved to exclusively doing all evaluations using DNA mounts rather than presence or absence of DNA. That is quite a step up in complexity or difficulty in carrying out evaluations, but it requires a lot less assumptions, and we found works, in general, it works a lot better with the results that you have to describe things in sort of a realistic way. And now also, just recently, we've started incorporating interlab variability in all of our evaluations as well. So it's DNA mounts and interlab variability. And there's a little paper down the bottom right there, which goes through how we incorporate interlab variability in our evaluations. So this takes into account the fact that you might be using some data from a paper in a lab that's different to your own. And so the way that their lab functions might be different to the way that your lab functions. So whilst they might find that a certain amount of DNA is transferred from a particular action, if you were to do it in your lab where your evidence has been evaluated, you might find a slightly different amount. So you can take that into account. We have a standard operating procedure that deals with the authorization process, who can initiate cases. Usually that's the scientist, but we're finding now it's more and more being driven by external parties like police or prosecution or defence. Perhaps a bit controversially, we have the ability to produce an activity level evaluation even if the client doesn't want one, if we feel like there's a serious risk of misinterpretation of the results. And we also have the ability to refuse an activity level evaluation if it'll be of no value. So this isn't in the case where the scenario is too complex or it's not clear. Drugs cases are a perfect example where the police will come and present a charcuterie of exhibits, and say that there's 10 people that maybe have been in this house and we just want to see who's touched what. So you couldn't really do an evaluation based on that. And we request about 2 months to do an evaluation. So it's not the sort of thing that we can do the day before a trial. As far as the contents of a case file, we have a checklist. This is pretty standard and boring sort of checklist to make sure that when it's reviewed, everything has been done appropriately. When we write our reports, well, I guess first of all, we have all the communications between different parties in our case. We, as a matter of fact, always try to contact both parties to get their views on or any information they want to put forward before we start an evaluation. We have the report in our case file when it's been reviewed with the reviewer comments present, so that it's just an instance of being fully transparent. So when the case file is copied, whoever's looking at it can see the course of discussions and decision making that went into the evaluation. We have the sources of our probabilities and why we use them and how. And we have at the end of each sensitivity analysis and the results of sensitivity analysis. So that's the sensitivity of the likelihood ratio to the data or the assumptions being made. We have SOPs about sort of the process of carrying out activity level evaluations, sets out the hierarchy of propositions, communication with prosecution and defense. So I said that we always, most of our cases for prosecution, but we always make a point to contact defense and give them the propositions that we're intending on using and asking them if they want to provide any information or anything to alter those propositions. Almost always there is no information that comes back. They don't want to provide anything, which is fine. That's their fundamental right to silence. So we just go with the proposition that we think is giving them the best shot at their evidence. And then there's other information in the SOP about how to derive the likelihood ratio and how to prepare reports and case file contents and so on. We have a standard operating procedure that goes through how to construct Bayes nets. And that is fundamentally what's in the paper that you see down the bottom right. That started life as an SOP, and that exists so that other people can pick up your report and your Bayes net and review it and understand what's going on in a very standard way. We have a validation of Huygen, which is the software we use to construct Bayes nets. So all of this stuff, it makes up part of our, I guess, roadmap or our journey from validation to implementation. For those that want to start doing this themselves, I would suggest sort of like a mini roadmap here to find people who are interested in doing this. Train up that small core group, even if it's just one person to begin with. Start small and choose your cases, and you expect those cases to be difficult in some way. So you're never really going to find perfect data and perfect knowledge and know exactly what's going on. Figure out where it's best going to fit in your judicial system. Communicate with stakeholders and educate them and build goodwill with what you're trying to do. Reach out to other labs and other people and other universities that are doing this sort of thing. Publish wherever you can. And it sounds a bit weird, but do have fun because it's really interesting. I sort of find it really interesting to do these sorts of evaluations. It is fun. And there's a whole bunch of things to consider when you're going to implement. So are there laws or legislation or regulations you're going to have to work within, or that will dictate what you can do or where you can do it? Who's going to be requesting the work? What types of cases are you going to apply it to? How many people are you going to train? How are you going to how are you going to consult stakeholders, and what information are you going to provide? How will the evaluations be carried out? How are you going to have it accredited? What are the policies on data collection? What have others done already so that you don't have to invent the wheel? These are just some of the many questions that you need to start asking yourself before you start heading down this journey of activity level evaluation. Now, you've already heard a couple of people speak about this, but what about the rest of the cases? And we do a few thousand cases a year. You heard that we only do maybe a handful, maybe 10 of them are activity level evaluations. So the majority of cases don't evaluated, they still proceed through the normal DNA subsource route. Scientists still go to court and testify about them, and still get asked about transfer and persistence type questions. So for those people, I'm lucky to work in an organisation that is quite supportive of training and research. So there's a good general understanding of DNA TPPR issues amongst all the other scientists, as well as an understanding of the limitation in the testing and interpretation of DNA results. So we have this good culture of training and reading papers. We have journal clubs, we have seminar series, we are actively involved in research and validations, and it sort of goes on. We also tell people not to try and do sort of ad hoc, off the cuff activity level evaluations on the stand. If ahead of the trial the case looks like activities are going to be the main issue, then the case can be referred to the activity level team. Again, this can only be realistically done if it's 8 weeks out to the trial. We have these regular in-house journal clubs that discuss DNA TPPR issues, so that's a good way of disseminating new information and keeping people up to date with the latest literature. We also have plans for next year to give our analysts sort of a base level training. So this would be akin to what Nat is talking about. They have their formal A and B level. So this is the sort of thing that we're planning to formalise next year and provide a bit of training to people up to that sort of B level. So I'll leave it there. I think I've got a couple of minutes left for questions, but that's roughly how we implemented active level evaluation and the journey along the way.
Yeah, thanks, Duncan, for the presentation. Yeah, it's really interesting hearing about how each of the labs their journeys through the implementation for this type of reporting. You're right, we do just have a couple of minutes for questions, and I understand you probably can't see the published questions under the Q&A chat. Is that correct?
I can see some in the general chat though.
Yeah, that's okay. I can ask them. So the one has been one posed for both you and Nat. When you reject a case for a formal evaluation, in the cases where the evidence is determined not to be helpful to discern between propositions, do you formally state that in the report somewhere?
Right, so there's a couple of parts to this. So in some instances, when cases are before any DNA work is done, we can look at those cases, and if the DNA result is not going to help answer the main question at all, as in regardless of whether or not the alleged crime occurred or some innocent means occurred, you'd expect the same sort of DNA results. We can reject those cases completely, so there's no DNA work done whatsoever, and then obviously no activity level work. The other type of case, which I mentioned, where we wouldn't do it because we don't have the information to do an evaluation. So the drugs case, where you've got 20 exhibits and you've got 10 transient people that have come and gone from the house, and they just want everything compared to everything. I suppose there's still investigative, useful information in that case, and that will often make its way to court. It's just not conducive to do an activity level evaluation, simply because you don't have the information about the activities, and there's no reasonable sort of alternatives that you can describe. Well, there's no real reasonable proposition for either party that you can put forward in those cases.
Great, thank you. There's a short question from Carlos. In what format do you share the track changes document for discovery in order to avoid external editing? So a logistics question.
Logistics question, that one's easy to answer. So we print out, so when we have a case reviewed, say I've written the report and Luke is reviewing it, he'll go through and make a whole bunch of comments on that report electronically. I'll go through and make changes and respond to all of those comments. We have that saved, but then we print out that hard copy and put it in the case file. So it's a hard copy with all the review comments there, so it can't be edited afterwards.
Perfect, thanks, Duncan. There were a couple of questions from earlier on in the the day, which I think you can probably comment on. Do you recommend caveats in your reports to inform the investigative agency about the possibility of any activity level propositions, or do you have some communication outside of the report?
Well, we have an appendix that goes out with each report, and in that appendix we list out some of the important limitations or assumptions that come along with how you can interpret not just the DNA results, but also results of serological testing. So I suppose within that we provide those limitations, and the fact that activity level evaluations can be conducted, or that these DNA results don't speak to activities.
Perfect, thank you. There was another question from earlier on. Just find it for a second. It was about competency. So someone just wanted to ask how scientists keep their competency to report full ALE if there are only a handful carried out a year. Would this mean creating mock exercises on a regular basis?
That's a good question. So literature, part of that is keeping on top of literature, and that, I must admit, that is an always challenging task, because there's an ever increasing number of papers published on transfer and persistence and activity type issues. So to try and address that, apart from having a active sort of reading ethos, I suppose, of reading papers, we have, as I mentioned, we have the journal clubs where we get together and talk about specific papers, and we do probably a case or so a month. So it's not too bad. It's not a large enough time that we're going to have lost skills between that. But also between doing cases, we're also doing research and publishing papers on activity level evaluations. So amongst all of those things, we sort of maintain our skills in that area.
Perfect, thanks, Duncan. I don't know if there's any more questions that have really come in for you, and I think we're just over time, so I think we'll wrap it up there. But yeah, so this brings us to the end of the activity levels in forensic science webinar. There have been some really thought-provoking presentations, and I hope the attendees found them engaging and gained some insights into this topic. I'm sure if you have any further questions, the presenters wouldn't mind if you emailed them directly. And I just want to thank all of the presenters for making themselves available to be part of the webinar. I'd also like to thank all of the attendees for participating and dedicating their time to the session and contributing to the chat and questions posed to the presenters. I do want to apologise for some of the technical issues that have been encountered today. I know that a number of you can't access the Q&A chat, and we didn't get to a lot of the Q&A questions as the presentations ran over time, but we do intend to answer all of these questions, and then we will produce some sort of fact document to provide to all the registered attendees. And a recording of the webinar will be made available to all registered attendees, and we aim to make this available also on the PHF website. So thank you all for attending.